All right, good evening. Welcome to the October 26th meeting of the Lake Forest Historic Preservation Commission. Commission's here tonight to work together with all of you, property owners, neighbors, and architects, to continue the tradition that was established nearly 40 years ago in this community. That tradition is a review process that allows community members to work together to preserve the qualities and unique character that make Lake Forest a special community. Sorry. I think it's on. City of Lake Forest is committed to conducting open and democratic meetings. To achieve that goal, meeting procedures have been adopted by the Commission. A copy of the procedures is available at the back of the room on each agenda. As always, it's the intent of the Commission to help manage the development and growth of the City of Lake Forest with a keen sense of preserving the historic structures and open space in the city for all its present and future residents. Our goal is to move each petition before us tonight through the review process as quickly as possible while balancing the interests of the petitioners, neighboring property owners, and the larger community. We'll start this evening with an introduction of the commissioners.
Susan Atkinson.
Mary Ellen Swenson.
Guy Bird.
Kurt Peretz.
Fred Moyer.
Bill Ransom.
Oh.
Jim Preschlack.
And we have some meeting minutes to approve. I think both from the September 12th meeting. And if you don't mind, let's do these separately. So first from the September 12th special meeting. And I want to see if anybody has any comments for those meeting minutes. I have one. Kathy, page 15, on the discussion about the four-square architecture for the project on Illinois. The comment is that the original four-square architecture is long gone. This is attributed to me. I was talking about the proposed building as the architecture's gone. So. Other than that, I have no other comments. Anybody else? I'll look for a motion for that one.
So moved.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Berg,
Seconded.
seconded by Commissioner Preschlack. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That one passes. And then we have the meeting minutes from September 28th, if anyone has any comments on that one. And I'll ask for a motion for that one.
I motion that we approve the minutes.
Thank you. The motion's been made by Commissioner Preschlack and seconded
Second.
Commissioner Ransom. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And that one also passes. Aye. All right, thanks, folks. All right, our first,
Are we going to do the September 28th joint meeting, or the HPC?
I'm sorry, didn't I just do that one?
I thought we did the 12th and the 21st. Oh, I'm sorry.
12th and the 28th.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
we're going to do the 21st joint meeting? of
I
the-
don't have,
or
I'm
as
sorry,
part-
are those minutes
or
in
the-
this too? Got a lot of stuff going on. Yes, sir.
Let
You
me
guys
get-
following
Let
this?
me get the one I threw out.
Are you following this? All right. Any comments on that one? All right. I'd have done those together if I knew. I'll take a motion unless anyone has any comments on that one.
I'll take a turn.
All right, the motion's been made by Commissioner Swenson. Any second? Seconded by Commissioner Moyer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And we have approved all the meeting minutes. Can I call them now?
That's a lot of meetings.
All right. All right, our first petition is a continued petition. It's a request for a certificate of appropriateness approving a new single-family dwelling restoration of 2 historic outbuildings, demolition of 1 historic outbuilding, and an amendment to the historic preservation chapter of the code pertaining to 580 Broadsmore Drive. So if you want to come on up and give us that presentation, that'd be great.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. At the September 28th HPC meeting, this petition was continued primarily due to an uncertainty as to the optimal reuse of the existing outbuildings on the property. These are the carriage house. Can you not hear me? Testing. Hello?
Again, I think it was on.
Think it was on? Okay. Okay, these are the carriage house, the gardener's cottage, and the pump house, all of which were part of the James Ward Thorne estate located across the street at 525 Broadsmore. Since purchasing this property in 2007, the property owners and two architectural firms have spent a significant amount of time analyzing the alternatives to these buildings and the design of a new home. Juxtaposed is the effort to balance the interests of preservation while adaptively reusing these buildings as a functional part of the new use for the property. All three of these structures were designed by Edwin Hill Clark and are fine representations of the historic context of the Thorne estate. In whole, they all have architectural characteristics that relate to the original estate as well. However, as it is unrealistic to force the burden of preserving all three of these structures on the property owner, we are considering a partial demolition of the whole under all scenarios. During this time, we have determined that there are 5 feasible alternatives for the 3 structures in the context of a functional new plan for the site. Option 1, excuse me, sit down here. Option 1, which is our existing proposal, preserves and restores the carriage house in its and the pump house in their existing location and preserves the impression of the cottage. Option 2 would be to move the gardener's cottage to the rear of the property and remove the carriage house. Option 3 would be to move the gardener's cottage to the front of the property and remove the carriage house. Option 4 would be to design a new conforming plan around the cottage in its existing location and partially demolish the carriage house and remove the pump house. And option 5 would be to adaptively reuse the gardener's cottage as the north wing of the new residence and remove the carriage house. This is a graphical representation of option 1, which is our existing proposal. And in red here, it shows the current configuration of the 3 outbuildings as they exist today. And what we are proposing in this option is to remove the gardener's cottage and to recreate the impression of the cottage in the design of the north wing of the new residence, and then remove the later added addition off of the back of the carriage house. So what you'd be left with is a configuration of the outbuildings essentially like this, which is very similar to the way it exists today. The pros and cons, the disadvantages of this option is that it removes the gardener's cottage, which is a 33% loss of the structures. However, the advantages are that it completely preserves 2 of the 3 original outbuildings designed by Edwin Hill Clark with very little alteration. The north wing of the proposed new residence resembles the architectural detailing, massing, and general location of the gardener's cottage, leaving an impression of the grouping and orientation of the 3 original buildings. It preserves the open green space at the front of the lot and 3 mature trees as a bookend to the residence. No variance would be required as it fits within the bulk and zoning ordinance and is a functional solution for the property owner. This is a graphical representation of option number 2, which would be to remove the carriage house and relocate the gardener's cottage to the rear of the property within the building setback lines. Along with this option, the homeowner would be requesting that we would add a 1-car attached garage to the gardener's cottage. And so you'd be left with a configuration of outbuildings like this. The advantage of this is that it saves the gardener's cottage. Also, while not the desired option, is one that the property owner is willing to consider in an effort to find a workable solution with the board. The disadvantages are that it removes the carriage house. Significant demolition and reconstruction will be required to be successful and compliant with code with respect to the cottage. The interior finishes will be removed to remediate mold and provide for current mechanical structural systems and comply with current energy codes. and much of the original structure will be removed or replaced, including portions of the exterior facade. It adds a significant amount of increased mass to the rear of the property, which is not supported by the neighbor at 521 Stable Lane, and it likely results in an increase to the loss of the historic structures. Option 3 would be to move the cottage to the front of the property. And what we'd be proposing here would be to relocate the cottage to the front of the property and remove the carriage house. And so what you'd be left with is a configuration of outbuildings like this, with one of the buildings in the front of the property and one of the buildings in the back of the property. The advantages here is that it saves the cottage, will be compliant with code if moved within the property building setback lines. The disadvantages are it removes the carriage house. Significant demolition and reconstruction will be required. It adds a significant amount of increased mass to the front of the property, which is not supported by the neighbor at 510 Broadsmore. Likely results in an increase to the loss of the historic structures, and is not an option the property owner really wishes to consider. Option number 4 would be to design a conforming plan of the new house around the gardener's cottage in its existing location. And this is a graphical representation of that, where we're showing the gardener's cottage to remain in its existing location. We'd be proposing removal of the pump house, removal of the addition on the carriage house, and a partial demolition, so that what we'd be left with is a 3-car detached garage in the rear of the property. And then we would add a 2-car detached garage in the front of the property to service both the gardener's cottage and the main house. So you'd be left with a configuration of outbuildings like this. The advantages to this is that it saves the gardener's cottage. The disadvantages is that it removes the pump house and alters the carriage house. The cottage cannot be attached to the house without a variance. The owner is not in favor of the detached garages and feels that the cottage would be too congested in this location. It'd be difficult to navigate parking with cars left outside, et cetera, under this scenario. It likely results in an increase to the loss of the historic structures, and again is not really an option the property owner wishes to consider. So we looked at option number 5, which is to relocate and use the cottage as the north wing to the new house. This is a graphical representation of that, and what we'd be proposing here would be to relocate the cottage to the front of the property like this and adaptively reuse it as a part of the plan for the house, and then remove the carriage house, and then in this option we were proposing to move the pump house, opening up the backyard a little bit and relating the pump house more to the pool. Again, the advantages are that it saves the gardener's cottage, would be compliant with code if moved within the property building setback lines. It removes the carriage house designed by Edwin Hill Clark. It alters the historic character of the cottage, as the first floor would be converted to a garage and the north face of the gardener's cottage would become garage doors under that scenario. It adds a significant amount of increased mass to the front of the property. We lose 3 additional mature trees with this option. It likely results in an increase to the loss of the structures, and is not an option the property owner wishes to really consider. So after spending some time looking at these five options, all 5 of them are feasible, 3 of which the property owner really does not want to consider, and those are the options where we're moving the building more towards the front of the property. And so we're left with option number 1, which is our existing proposal, or option number 2, both of which the property owner is willing to pursue, but his first choice is still option number 1. Additionally, with option number 1, the property owner is willing to designate the carriage house as a local landmark in conjunction with removing the cottage from the listing. And to pursue this option, the petitioner is requesting an amendment to the preservation ordinance to implement this change concurrent with support of the project as presented. This will protect the carriage house and the pump house under the terms of the ordinance and should alleviate the burden of setting undue precedent. And finally, the property owner is willing to donate the gardener's cottage structure to any interested party who is willing to move it for a period of 60 days after commission action. This is a property that deserves and is in need of an investment in restoration. This is a unique property with challenging circumstances, and after thoughtful consideration to provide a workable solution that integrates both function and preservation, we firmly believe that the petition before you presents the best solution that balances preservation with the intended new use for the property. So thank you for taking the time to consider the complexities of this project. We really look forward to finding a mutually acceptable solution between the board and the property owner, city staff, and the neighbors. So with that, I will conclude the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Megan, do we have a staff report for this?
Let me switch microphones here. Okay, that's a little bit better. There have been several discussions over the past several years regarding this property. From the beginning, when this area was before the Plan Commission for subdivision, the structures on this property and the adjacent property to the west were identified as historic structures due to their association with the Thorne Estate across the street, as well as a noted architect, Edwin Hill Clark. In an effort to balance preservation with potential future development at the time of subdivision, the Gardener's Cottage and Pump House were presented to the Commission and nominated as local landmarks. The idea was that by preserving some of the outbuildings, you would be maintaining some of the character of the lot while still allowing for future development to occur. At that time, while no plan was brought forward, it was anticipated that the other two structures, the stable and the carriage house, would be demolished with any future development on the lot. Now that a development is proposed for the lot, the solution that they've presented is a good one. It preserves the outbuildings, or two of the outbuildings, and is consistent with the previous action that the Commission took to allow for development on the lot while preserving two of the outbuildings associated with the Thorne Estate. As was discussed by the petitioner this evening, they have looked very closely at this property. They're presenting a preferred option that restores and preserves the pump house and the carriage house, while also allowing for sensitive development with respect to the architecture of the new house. As part of my comments, I would like to ask Susan Benjamin to say some words about the property. She prepared a report at the request of the city regarding this petition. Similar to other petitions where the Commission requested additional information on the preservation of a property, the city contracted with a preservation consultant, in this case Susan Benjamin, to evaluate the current proposal and offer some thoughts to the Commission. After Susan Benjamin speaks, I do have some comments on drainage and overall process that I'd like to share with you as well.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. I feel that it is important to keep two auxiliary service buildings since they were important to the functioning of the Thorne Estate, which once contained many service buildings. Given the situation, it is appropriate, I feel, to retain and restore the carriage house instead of the gardener's house and the pump house and allow demolition of the gardener's cottage. These two buildings, like the main house and the cottage, were designed by noted architect Edwin Hill Clark. It is particularly important how the carriage house and pump house formally relate to each other, and Dr. Ritacca plans to keep these two buildings, use them as they were intended to be used, as auxiliary buildings, and I think this is important, in their original location. Removing the carriage house addition, which detracts from the significance of this structure, will restore its integrity. So the result will be two historic service buildings with excellent integrity that speak to the significance of auxiliary buildings to the large estate houses of Lake Forest. Several years ago, I wrote a report that states the gardener's cottage should be preserved despite some alterations. Subsequently, the building was landmarked. There were two basic reasons that this building was selected instead of the garage. One was the unsightly addition to the garage that detracted from the significance of the carriage house or garage. The second was the relationship to the estate house. There was once a kind of a dialogue between the service buildings and the Thorne House. Since then, a large addition and a wall, as well as dense landscaping, were built on the estate house property between the main building and these auxiliary buildings. The visual connection between the house and service building was thus erased. Moving the gardener's cottage would create a situation that never existed. Attaching it to the main house would detract from and very much diminish its significance as a standalone service building. I now recommend that the carriage house be retained and restored, and think it appropriate to allow demolition of the gardener's cottage, so that the preservation of two auxiliary buildings, a different two, remains. Here is why. Both the carriage house and the pump house are rectangular, sheathed in stucco, have steep roofs, and are located in a formal relationship to one another. The historic location will be retained. Both will be restored to their historic appearance and to their historic auxiliary function. The original use of the structures as outbuildings to a main residence will be re-established. The proposed solution to repair and restore the carriage house and the pump house in their historic locations will reflect their original auxiliary function. They will be integrated back into a larger residential complex with a home that is compatible to them in style and scale. And I further suggest that the carriage house be designated a Lake Forest landmark on the condition that the non-historic addition be removed. This would replace the gardener's cottage, and two historic service buildings would be preserved in their original location. And as has been stated, the gardener's cottage should be digitally photographed as a record for the community. So that is my feeling about the current situation. I support the action that is proposed by Dr. Ritacca and the staff. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Megan?
Thank you, Ms. Benderman. From a process standpoint, the recommended action this evening is an amendment to the local landmark designation to replace the gardener's cottage with the carriage house with the same two reasons that were given before, the association with the Thorne estate and the association with a noted architect. The other part of the recommended action this evening is, aside from to recommend that action to the City Council, would be to recommend a certificate of appropriateness, restoring the carriage house and pump house, the new construction that's proposed this evening, as well as demolition of the gardener's cottage. As part of this request, staff supports the proposed amendment to the ordinance. Staff supports the design of the new house on the lot. And while the petitioner has spent a great deal of time looking at ways to reuse the gardener's cottage, the preferred option is preservation-minded. It's consistent with the standards in the ordinance, and also meets the criteria that the Commission uses to evaluate such requests. I'd like to also comment on some of the recommended conditions of approval that are noted in your staff report. There is some correspondence in your packet from neighboring property owners with concerns for the drainage on the property. Condition number 5 refers to the review of the grading and drainage plan by the city engineer. I just want to state for the record that staff is aware of the significant grade change on this property that occurs in the general area, and also recognizes the concerns that are expressed in that letter that was submitted to the Commission. Due to the natural flow of water, the properties to the west do take water from several properties to the east. The redevelopment of this lot in particular may present opportunities to identify how and where the water should flow. And it does give us an opportunity to review the water patterns in this area. While drainage is not under the purview of the Commission, I think it's important to let you know that the city engineer is aware of these concerns. They will carefully review the plans at the time of permit if the Commission so chooses to approve this project and it moves forward, and make sure that the plans are in compliance with the applicable criteria in their ordinance. There's also, there's several conditions of approval, but the other one that I want to point out this evening is condition number 8, that requests a landscape plan be shown on the approved grading plan, and provide for the reestablishment of a tall canopy of trees, and also to identify the perimeter for some additional plantings to help provide a landscape buffer between the property lines. There were also additional correspondence received that was placed at your seats this evening in support of the project. In particular, the neighbor at 740 Broadsmore Drive is supportive of the restoration of the carriage house and pump house and the demolition of the gardener's cottage. And another neighbor in the area is also supportive of the project. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, but staff is recommending approval of this request for the preferred option.
All right, thank you very much. So now's an opportunity for any questions from the commission to either the staff or the petitioner. We'll follow that question and answer period with an opportunity for the public to interject any comments they have, and then we'll deliberate. So just wanted to remind everybody that. Any questions from the commissioners?
I have a question, and Megan, is it all right if I ask Susan Benjamin a question? If I can just kind of review for a minute. Susan, when you were first consulted, and I believe it was with regard to the designation of the original buildings and historic structures, at that time there was no proposal for any replacement structures or any demolition. It was basically it was in response to a request to subdivide the property, so it was a planning commission sort of consideration that came before us because of the existence of historic structures. So there was no real plan in place for what we're seeing tonight.
No, it's kind of in isolation.
Yes, it was in isolation, and I think we kind of reviewed last month that this, in a sense, has kind of created kind of this delayed little bit of a deliberation on our part, and sometimes that just happens, and we just have to work through it.
Of course.
And I have a question for you, and
sure.
And it's not really by design, and I may know the answer to it, but just maybe this would help us tonight, because it's been kind of an issue that I think has merit. At the time, you chose the gardener's cottage and the pump house for designation, and not the carriage house, because the carriage house at that time had some, let's call them distracting and obtrusive additions that compromised its quality when compared to the other two structures.
Yes, and it was a hard choice.
Yeah, and now at that time, there really was no party present proposing any development that could have benefited from suggestions that maybe removal of that would then bring it up to a degree, a level that would then warrant designation. I mean, that's kind of an, I think that's kind of a rhetorical sort of assumption. At the time, if someone had a plan similar to this, and they were, say, realizing the advantages to designating the coach house, or its carriage house rather, with removal of that appendage that we find objectionable, and designation of the pump house, and then decided that maybe the gardener's cottage would be the thing that would be forsaken, would that have been something that you would have, and I know it's hard for you to comment on, and I'm not trying to force you.
Well, no, it's okay. I do have a response to that. And I think we can't overlook the fact that the circumstances have changed, not just in view of the petition, but the relationship between the service buildings and the Thorn house is gone. I mean, there was, as I said in my statement, there was kind of a dialogue. There was an association that was visually clear, and now it doesn't exist anymore. So it's a little hard to compare apples and oranges here, because that has changed significantly. So I think that enters into it, and I think it's important to consider that. Whereas now, saving two significant buildings of the three, and the gardener's cottage had been altered. I mean, it wasn't intact either. But saving two, saving them in their location where they are, I think is important. I don't think moving anything is a good solution. And since the dialogue is basically non-existent between the Thorn house and these buildings, you don't see a relationship between the gardener's cottage and the house any longer, and it once was there, so it's gone. And so I'm comfortable having rethought this, having gone out there, having photographed it, having looked at carefully at the relation among these buildings and how they're sited on the lot. I feel good about this development. I think it's done sensitively, and about retaining two of these buildings as part of this ensemble. I think it's an excellent solution. Does that answer?
Thank you, yes.
Okay.
Other questions from commissioners for either the staff or the...
Yeah, Megan, I have a question. I think just based on my count, there's 32 houses that are designated in the ordinance as landmarks, and there's a couple of our historic districts as well in the ordinance. Has there been a precedent where we've either swapped out structures on a site or sites have been removed in its entirety? And if so, if you could please talk about those. And also, in this case, in this petition, do you feel like it's consistent, the decision to do this, irrespective of, just putting the time back to see if you would be supportive of this 5 years ago if this development was on the table? Do you think it's supportive of the 10 criteria that are in section 51.5 to undesignate a landmark?
I'm not sure that the commission has been presented with a petition as unique as this one. What I can say is that the commission is often presented with requests for demolition of structures within the historic district. Whether they're contributing structures or non-contributing structures, those requests have come before the commission, and the commission has acted on those petitions, and sometimes demolition is warranted given the overall site development that's proposed and the sense of character that's preserved with the request. So in this case, I do think that the standards are met in the ordinance, and that this unique situation of exchanging one structure for another does embody the character and intent of the ordinance to preserve these structures associated with the Thorne Estate while allowing for creative development on the property.
So just to understand, there hasn't been a structure that's been designated and called out as a landmark in the ordinance. There hasn't been a precedent where it's been removed from the ordinance or replaced by an existing structure on the site? Has that ever happened before? There's a question. I mean, I understand the merits of the petition. I'm just trying to understand, because I think this is a precedent, or potentially a precedent, and I think it's important for us to talk through this in a very judicious manner. And I'm not sure the petition is being presented in the construct of, I think, the relevant criteria that we need to discuss to see whether or not this property should be undesignated, or this, and have the other property or the other structure then designated. So that, to me, it's a two-step process. And I'm curious if it's happened in the past, and if you feel like this petition has said, these 10 criteria applied to the gardener's cottage, we feel comfortable based on how the ordinance is written to undesignate it, and based on those 10 criteria in section 51.5A, that we feel comfortable that we're now designating the carriage house as in its restored location.
The commission has not seen a situation where there's been a request to replace one designated structure with another. The commission has seen requests to demolish designated structures. Those might be in the middle of the district. They haven't, the demolition has just been approved. In this case, you do have a report from Susan Benjamin, similar to the report that was presented at the time the cottage and the pump house were designated. And that report does go through the criteria to support, and I believe those findings support the request for amending the ordinance to replace the cottage with the carriage house. So I think you have seen similar types of requests. If every time something was designated, or if every structure in the district was to remain unchanged or to never be demolished, there really wouldn't be a reason for the Historic Preservation Commission, because we would just designate those and everyone would know they couldn't change. So the function of the commission is to hear these types of requests, and I think what is before you is well documented with appropriate time.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is that there's been contributing structures within a historic district that have been requested for demolition, but there's never been a landmark that's actually written in our ordinance that's been requested to either be replaced or taken off and demolished. Is that correct?
I can't think of a landmark property that's been
Yeah.
demolished, and remember, the properties are locally landmarked because they don't meet the criteria for a larger district. There's not a larger boundary that can be drawn, so a way to designate properties outside of the district is to locally landmark them.
Other questions for staff or the petitioner?
I have a question for the petitioner. Option number 2, relocating the gardener's cottage and demolishing the carriage house. Has any thought or study been done as to whether it's even practicable to relocate the gardener's cottage? Is it structurally sound enough to have it moved? I think I've asked that before, but I don't recall it.
Yes, it can be moved, but portions of the building will likely be lost, like the fireplace. You know, that's there's no guarantee as to how much of the stucco is already deteriorating and falling off. There's no guarantee in the moving process how much more of that is gonna fall off and need to be replaced. And then there's quite a bit of mold on the inside, and the systems all need to be upgraded, and so much of the interior would be gutted and replaced. But portions of the facade in the move could be saved.
I have a question. Were there other options that were considered where the cottage stayed in its place and was restored in the context of a series of buildings that were included in the other options?
Yeah, that was option number 4.
That was 4.
That was presented to the homeowner.
So it didn't move at all. It was just restored at 4. There wasn't any movement of it.
Right.
Okay. And were there others, or was that the only one that was considered?
Well, we think of the 5 options. We covered conceptually the possibilities of the different alternatives that could be done with the 3 buildings. And I presented all 5 of them to the homeowner. And of all of them, he was willing to pursue the 2 options where we either restore the carriage house and the pump house, or we relocate the gardener's cottage to the rear of the property. The options where we're moving them right next to the house and to the front of the property, he doesn't want to pursue.
So there were no other options other than 4 considered to use the gardener's cottage?
Yeah, there were many options with respect to reusing the cottage in the rear of the property and how to configure. We looked at reconfiguring the pump house around the cottage and re-squaring those. So there's several options in the rear of the property to look at, but
in terms of options to use the gardener's cottage where it is, there was only one option considered?
Well, it's that option. That option was
I guess
considered.
I'm asking, were there other options considered, and did you think the 4th was the best of the 10 options that you considered to keep the gardener's cottage where it is and to restore it?
No, that was the only option where we left the cottage in its existing condition.
Can I follow up on that? Scott, when the homeowner bought the property, were those 3 buildings landmarked, or the 2 buildings landmarked at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so he knew that those were landmarked. And so, following up on those options, did you ever consider an option of leaving all 3 buildings in place?
Well, he knew that they were landmarked, but he purchased the property based on the assumption that the cottage could be moved.
And where did he get that assumption?
He was given all sorts of documents from the real estate companies that showed these options in the back of the plan, the back of the property, and so
I'm sorry,
whether or
I
not
can't
he
hear
did
you.
the due diligence that he needed to do, but I don't know. But I know that he purchased the property based on the assumption that the cottage could be moved.
But the assumption came from the real estate agent? Is that where it came from?
You know what? I can't really speak to that. I don't
Okay.
know the details.
So he knew the buildings were landmarked and that there was no, you didn't explore any options of leaving the 3 in its place?
Leaving all 3 of the buildings?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. And the reason number 4, you didn't like number 4 is because the homeowner didn't like it?
He felt that the options that we presented, he just felt if that cottage was to be used, that there would be just too much congestion with the house and the cottage all there and the parking.
Okay.
So,
Okay, and we also, we received a letter from the Historic Preservation Foundation, and they were requesting that the petitioner restore the carriage house, the west side, to its original view. Have you considered that?
That's part of the petition.
That's part of the petition, okay. So you are planning on doing that?
yes.
And the other thing I wanted to ask, have there been any interest in any takers on the cottage? Have
Not
you
yet,
publicized that yet?
but I think we just mentioned it tonight. So.
Okay, so it's the first time?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have one other question, maybe staff could answer it. When the landmark designation was made originally, we had Susan Benjamin's report that went to designating it. Was there any other evidence, reports, any other considerations besides her that led to this designation? I mean, we know what she was looking at back then, and she's now said that those things are no longer exist. So I'm just wondering if we were looking at anything else that led to the designation.
I believe at that time, Ms. Benjamin, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you were hired by the then property owner to bring the nomination forward. And that nomination is what that's what the commission was presented, that was the request before them, and they approved it. So I don't believe there was any other report.
Okay, so as far as you know, the only thing that the commission considered in designating was the original Benjamin report.
I'm sure the commission, as you all do, went out to visit the site, and I'm sure there was a staff report that supported the Benjamin report as well.
Okay. Was the petition as presented changed in any way, do you know, with any?
I believe it was accepted and approved by the commission as presented.
Okay, thanks.
Question.
Sure, go ahead, Fred.
I have a question. In none of the options are all 3 buildings retained, three of the outbuildings. And the discussion and the proposed amendment revolve around which 2 or what mechanism might be put in place to allow interchangeability of one with another. And I'm curious that why in option 4 and option 5, one or another of the buildings is removed. In the case of option 5, it's the carriage house, but it's removed from the same location it's in today and in which it's in other options which retain it. I don't see a reason why it needs to be removed. And in option 4, the pump building is removed, and it's in the same location that it is today and that it is in other options where it's not removed. So I don't see built into any of these schemes the necessity of having an ordinance to allow demolishing a building and have another building take its place. I see the ability in these 2 schemes for all 3 buildings to be retained. Is this an owner decision that is willing to retain 2 but not 3?
The homeowner would like to build a house on the property, and I think if you kept all 3 buildings, you have about 2,500 square feet left to build a house. And so I think he doesn't want to pursue that as an option. If he can't, if it's an unbuildable property where he can't build a house on it,
All right, maybe I didn't make myself clear. The retaining the carriage house or the pump building, in any of these cases, do not change the square footage of the house. They don't reduce the ability to build on the property. In fact, they're still in the same place
But
that
there's
they're in.
only so much allowed bulk, is I think Scott's point. Is that, that's the
Correct,
point?
there's only so much allowable square footage.
So
Well,
the answer is that all three buildings would put you over the bulk with the size of house that's proposed. Now, but the size of the house was reduced significantly from 6 months ago.
That's correct.
Went
That's
from
correct.
8,000 some square feet to 5,000 some square feet. How close are we to staying within bulk now?
It really depends on the option we go with. If we put the cottage in the back of the property, we'd be very close to the limit based on the square footage of the cottage.
The pump
We would
building
not
is
be
only
over.
22 feet by 30, whatever.
It's only 350 square feet,
doesn't-
so it's
I don't think it
insignificant.
tips the scale too much on bulk.
Correct.
I mean, if it does, the ability to get within bulk should be very easy with such a small building tipping the scale.
Correct.
I wouldn't think that would be the issue.
The pump house. Pump house is relatively insignificant as far in terms of
He
square
doesn't have
footage.
a proposal where he keeps both the carriage house and the cottage.
But could.
He
In
would,
option
he'd be,
4, for
he'd be,
example.
yeah,
Option-
he would have to
option
reduce,
5.
you'd have to reduce the house size, right?
Correct.
Yeah, my question was by how much?
How big is the carriage, is the gardener's cottage?
I'm not sure.
Order
I
of
don't have the
magnitude
exact
is
number on that. I
fine.
think it's 2,200 square feet, something like
So
that.
roughly half the size of the proposed house.
As it stands right now, you wouldn't have to keep the carriage house because it's not designated.
But that's not what Fred's asking. He's asking if he could keep all three.
Given that there seems to be some relative equivalency in merit, as we're hearing from the consultant, between the carriage house and the gardener's cottage, a shame to lose a building that has equivalent quality to a landmark structure.
So can I just ask this question of Megan, just to clarify? If the petitioner kept all three buildings on the site, how much allowable square footage could they build a new house with? Do we know that?
Well, we can infer it from the calculation page. He's got a 6,000 square foot house, and he's not keeping the gardener's cottage, and he's roughly 400 feet, 470 feet under his bulk ordinance. So if the gardener's cottage was 2,500 square feet, he would be allowed to build something like, did I do the math right? 4,000 square feet.
So a 4,000 square foot house.
Now, you do have to, well, that's not a question. I have a comment for that, but I don't have a question for that, so. But I think you could tell us what the average square footage is of homes up and down Broadmoor. I think you did that in your presentation.
Right, they're significantly larger.
Yeah.
I think they range from 6,000 to 14,000 square feet.
Right. So obviously, the character of the neighborhood is not for 2,000 square foot houses, but
But I'm looking at total square footage allowed at 8,000 square feet.
yes, that's with the gardener's cottage, I'm sorry, with the pump house and the carriage house, right? So you got 6,000 square feet for the house, 1,294 for the carriage house, 340 for the pump house.
So are we actually inferring that we think we should try to keep all three buildings?
No, Fred asked the question, I think.
I know, but where we're going now is that we're actually talking about criteria, and now we're talking about desire, and it's leading me to think that, are we actually questioning whether we made the right decision 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, and by not designating the carriage house?
Is there any, but do we need a petition to?
Yeah, I was
designate
gonna
the
say, I
carriage
mean,
house?
I think
Can we do it sua sponte with
yeah, I think the
180?
opportunity was at the time that the owner was requesting designation of these two structures.
Right.
And so that's what was granted based on the owner's request and based on the report by Susan Benjamin. So that's what we have. We still have a house on a property that is being requested to be demolished. Whether it's historic or not is besides the point. We all recognize that it has some merit. So that's part of the petition here.
Discussion.
Yeah. Does that answer your question? Yeah. How about any other questions for I'm anxious to get through the public feedback portion of the presentation so that we can deliberate. Other questions for the petitioner or for the, all right, now's an opportunity for any members of the public to comment on this petition if we have any. Are there any members of the public? Gone. All right, so now is an opportunity for the commission to deliberate. It's a unique situation for sure. I don't think in my tenures on the commission, I've seen a letter from the Lake Forest Preservation Foundation supporting anyone's particular request in one way or the other. So I think that's noteworthy that they've taken the time and written us a letter supporting this petition. I also think that the staff has put a lot of time into this one. Susan Benjamin, appreciate her comments as well. We've seen this now 3 times. And I think it's a handsome building. I think it's a nice resolution to a sticky problem. I think the Gardener's Cottage is a much more attractive building myself. I went out there and walked around and drove in the grass. So I like the petition. I liked it last time, but I'm glad that we had time to look at it closer. I think the resolution of the design is appropriate to the neighborhood. I'm glad that it's supported by at least some of the neighbors. I know that there's some drainage concerns, some technical issues that the staff will have to wrestle with as they do on most things. So that's where I fall out on it. I understand that, you know, we are talking about you know, losing a building that was designated, but I think that the trade-offs are what we're here to weigh, and I think on this one, I fall out on the side of the petitioner myself. So.
Yeah, you know, I think from our last meeting, I mean, what's changed since our last meeting, and I think the preservation letter that you mentioned was important, at least for me. And then I also think understanding that there is a process and a set of criteria that we can follow to undesignate a landmark is something that, you know, I think can happen, but I just want to make sure that we do it in a judicious manner, and I don't know that we talked about undesignating it as a landmark per the ordinance last time, you know, and that, to me, I don't know, I could look at the minutes, but I think that's new. And then, you know, the only hesitation I have is that I don't know if option 4 was the only option to consider for saving the Gardener's Cottage. And I know it's hard to pull back time and say, Susan, if this petition was presented to you and the visual integrity was still there, would you be in support of the Gardener Cottage being demolished? I mean, I mean, you can't do that, but at the same time, you know, that is the central question here.
For me, when they decided to allow the subdivision of the property, they set up the opportunity for this to be developed into a new home. And so once they did that, from my point of view, that creates a new playing field. If they hadn't done that, then this would have been a much larger piece of property and perhaps could have been treated differently. The point that I think Susan Benjamin is trying to make, and is made quite clear in the Lake Forest Preservation Foundation's letter, is that when you adaptively reuse the Gardener's Cottage as part of the larger assemblage of a new home, and particularly if you move it, but even if you don't move it, if it's incorporated into a larger structure, you're losing the historic nature that you were trying to preserve. So what they like so much about this resolution is that the 2 outbuildings remain as outbuildings. They get restored. Someone's going to take care of them and look after them. They're in the original position, and they have some relationship to the history of the Thorn house, even though you can't see it anymore and it's not visually attached. So for me, that's where I come out on it.
Yeah.
And you know, as far as the different options go, this is just, you know, my observation about that. There's only so many places that you can move the Gardener's Cottage on this property, it seems to me. You know, and when we talk about options, we may be, you know, using the wrong term. You know, I'm sure the petitioner looked at doing different things with it, but never presented it as an option because it just wasn't ever viable. So the options that I'm seeing seem to be, you know, the only ones that are sensible as to moving the Gardener's Cottage and you know, or leaving it where it is. You know, I don't see that you could have done a lot of other things, and I think that, you know, just didn't, you know, in the workaday world, the petitioner and the petitioner's architect probably looked at different places to put it, but it never developed fully into an option, you know, as I see it. I think we've looked at a lot of options, and a lot of options have been presented to us, and I think that the petition as it stands now is the one that's the best solution. You know, I think it shouldn't be lost that, you know, the historical context of why this was designated a landmark, you know, being brought by the petitioner at the time that there was a subdivision and Susan Benjamin seeing certain relationships between the original estate and the gardener's cottage, which are now lost, and you know, the fact that there was nobody stepping forward to take the addition off the carriage house, I think is significant for me also. I support the petition as it's been presented. I think the petitioner has done a good job, and you know, I'd be voting to approve the different elements of it.
Well, I guess I have a little bit different take on this. I'm not in favor of the demo, and I'll tell you why. I really appreciate all the effort that you're putting into this. It's been years. I know that. You know, really, it comes back to being a bad subdivision, and we're left with this. But these are landmark buildings, 2 of them at least, and a lot of effort went into doing that, to landmarking them, and there was good reason for that. I think the cottage is the most significant building on the property. And I think if we allow demo, it's really setting a bad precedent for Lake Forest and for the Historic Preservation Commission. The petitioner didn't know the buildings were landmarked when they bought the property, so they knew they kind of had to work around those, at least 2 of those buildings. And you know, they were designed by a significant architect, which we have a lot of significant buildings in Lake Forest, but what's rare about these buildings is that they're working class buildings. And they were designed, working class buildings designed by a significant architect. And you know, really in Lake Forest, we're kind of losing the working class nature of our history around here. I mean, we're preserving all the big grand buildings and losing the working class. And you know, the working class was just as, you know, important to the development of our city as the wealthy people. And in fact, a lot of descendants around Lake Forest are descendants of those working class families. So there's really a physical history there with those buildings. I really think there are still some alternatives to explore preserving the 3 buildings. I know it's difficult. It's really a difficult situation, but I think we still can explore those options. And I just really think that, you know, going back and demoing a landmark building is not really, it really comes down to being a bad precedent for me.
I'd like to add my support to those comments, and I said at the last meeting that my optimism carried me forward to believe that there would be a solution that could retain all 3 buildings. And I frankly see this in option 4, and I would commend the architect for making a diligent effort to do exactly that. Option 4 retains the gardener's cottage in its present location, which was, I recommended as a first direction, rather than to sacrifice it in a move and incur the additional expense to the owner in having it moved, and historically keep it where it is anyway. And that's exactly what happens in option 4. The carriage house is likewise retained in its same location. I commend you for that. And for reasons which apparently deal with bulk ordinance, the pump building is proposed to be removed in option 4, which I think it would not need to be, with a 300 square foot reduction in an attic or someplace in the main building. All of the 5 options have exactly the same floor plate. Graphically, they're the same floor plan. I don't see the building getting smaller or larger in one or another of the schemes. So I would say we have only the margin of the pump building to deal with, which is a very small amount of square footage to stay within the bulk, and retain all 3.
So Fred, if I'm hearing you right, you would prefer to see a solution where the 3 buildings are retained, and Would you be willing to sacrifice the bulk ordinance to retain those?
My suggestion is that wouldn't be required.
I'm just asking a question.
We're looking at an option that retains all three in option
Yeah.
4. If you simply change the writing on the pump building where it says remove and say do not remove,
Yeah.
I've got it.
I don't think we need to change 300 square feet. Fred was saying doesn't really make that much of a difference, correct?
I was just asking the question.
You're there.
Sure, please.
I believe in option 4, we were showing a partial demolition of the carriage house so that it was just left as a 3-car detached garage in order to make up some of the difference. That's what the 4
I did not see that notation. I gave you credit for retaining it, which you don't quite deserve, but I think you need to retain it.
Other deliberations?
Yeah, I'd like to actually support the first option, option 1, that the petitioner showed us tonight, and actually was their chosen petition from last month. You know, initially, you know, one can say that maybe this was a bad subdivision or something of that nature, but actually nothing's been done with this property since we designated these buildings and visited at the time of the subdivision. So there wasn't a plan that was executed, and this is a coming back to it. I almost see this as kind of a continuation, perhaps, of that first deliberation, and that I think if we were to be presented with a petitioner at that time and Susan Benjamin's efforts about which buildings should be restored and the consent of the petitioner to actually remove that portion of the carriage house that kept it from being recommended for designation, we probably would be pretty happy with this petition. And I think that perhaps, and I understand some of the other commissioners' concerns about removing a designation, but I think we were doing it kind of piecemeal. I mean, we saw it fit to only designate 2 and not the 3rd one. We didn't even recommend that, gee, it would be nice if someone could do it necessarily. It just wasn't done. And I think that to actually now think that we have to have all 3 done puts a constraint on the development of this as a single-family residence. I don't know that it's necessarily fair for us to try to do that. By making him retain the gardener's cottage, he's compromising what would be, in his current plan, a pretty appropriate and convenient attached garage scenario. We would then have another, with the option 4, then we would have another 2-car garage attached to a courtyard, and I think we're overloading that portion of the property. I think that maybe we're placing a little bit too much concern over removing designation. We're actually more or less swapping it out. And the appropriateness on this piece of property and in general to have service buildings in the rear, I think visually makes a lot more sense than trying to have it scattered about the site. And after all, this isn't a museum and it's not a government project. It doesn't get funded publicly. It's someone privately trying to make this a reasonable compromise between new development and historic preservation. So right now with option 4, what we're doing is we're kind of creating 2 separate dwellings right at the front of the property. And so for me, that's kind of a redundancy. There's a loss of clarity there, and I think there's a loss of good environment. And I just don't see it as I mean, maybe we're trying to take the easier route out by saying we're saving everything. I think we have an obligation to try to make these new properties something that are going to survive in the next century. And I stick to number 1. I don't think we should try to force him to do something particularly that he doesn't want to do either. I think that's dangerous, and he's going to have a lot of expense to fix up the other buildings. That's how I feel.
Well, I think in my mind, at the last meeting, I described myself as a rule follower about this petition. And if I had purchased this property knowing that it had landmark buildings on it, I think I would say, okay, I need to work around it. And I wouldn't try to change it. I would just accept what I had bought knowingly when I purchased the property. I just have a big problem with that. And I also don't really like to rethink the decisions of a previous commission's ruling. You know, I don't know that that really is our role to say, well, I don't like their thought process, or I don't think that their thought process was valid or sound, because I like to think that our thought process today is great, you know? So that also makes me very uncomfortable. So those are just kind of my two concerns.
I think.
Could I make one comment,
go
though?
for it.
Because
Go for
I
it.
think I'm the only vestige of that group
There you
that
go.
deliberated on this, so I was part of that thinking.
Okay.
And I have to say that if I had seen this, and I was trying to infer that with my deliberation, if I had seen these options at that time, it would have changed, I believe, the way, I can't speak for everyone, but it would have probably cast a different light on how we would be approaching the designations. And as I was asking Susan Benjamin earlier, the reason I was asking her is that if we had a living petitioner, at the time we had a petitioner who was trying to get out of this, subdivide it and split. What we have now is somebody that would be there willing to listen and say, yeah, I'll fix up the carriage house, thereby making it viable for designation, and we would have been happy to do that. So that's, I was there and I'm rethinking it now, and it's not that I made a mistake. It's just that I think this is one of those disconnects that's, it's untidy, but if we think of it as a long process, the solution ultimately, hopefully, will be the best one. I feel that to live on what we decided before is constraining us from creating good environment and preservation along with it.
Let me ask the architects on the commission a question. I mean, if I challenged the three of you, because I'm not an architect, and so I think sometimes non-architects will gloss over the challenges to develop a site in a meaningful way based on living standards and property rights and all those things that we all individually hold dear that we're balancing with preservation. But for me, the last meeting, we gave fairly strong feedback as to exploring option 4s, lots of option 4s, I thought. I left the meeting going, okay, we're going to see lots of option 4s. And we saw some dances around other options to preclude some things, and really not a lot of option 4s. And the letter from the Preservation Society, I think, is meaningful. I really think the things that both Commissioner Berg and Peretz are saying are very meaningful. But for the architects on the commission, could you come up with more option 4s for this to save the 2 landmark structures that we have? Because if you look at the list of the 32 structures that are in our ordinance right now that this structure is a part of, they're meaningful properties, and I don't know that we would take it so lightly.
Well, I would object to the premise that I'm taking it lightly. It's the third time we've seen it over a course of almost a year and a half. And from my point of view, I understand perfectly the conversation about whether or not there's another option that preserves the carriage house on the site, let alone all 3 of them, perhaps. Yeah. And where I come down on it is that it's a single-family subdivision. It's not designed to have 2 standalone houses on this property. And because of that, and because that's changing the character of this subdivision more than anything else would, I don't think that it's appropriate to incorporate the carriage house into a larger design and lose the historic nature of the carriage house. And I don't think it's appropriate to have 2 freestanding homes on this property either. So between those 2 things, I look at it and I say, I've got the original historic report, the author of that telling me that this is actually a sound scenario. I found a way to develop an otherwise piece of property that has no steward. No one's taking care of these buildings. They're going to fall apart by themselves if no one develops this. And now I've got a way to preserve these 2 buildings in something that makes sense. If I lived next to this house and someone approved 2 single-family homes on this property, I would not be happy about that. Mm-hmm. I don't think that would be I think that would be not in keeping with the role of what we're trying to do here, which is essentially think about the whole character of the community and preserve the whole character of the community. I understand there's specific rules and there's criteria and everything else, But that's what it comes down to. So.
So just to understand what you're saying the gardener's cottage and the preserving that in the context of another single-family home is disruptive.
Because you would have two single-family homes.
Yeah.
If you incorporate it into the larger home, then you haven't preserved it at all.
Well, interesting little observation. The fact is that option 1 eliminates the gardener's cottage but builds a replica of it as a north wing. So I don't see that at two-family homes is the same essential volume. In fact, the elevation that's shown in the materials of the proposed north wing under option 1 mimics.
Yeah, it's a nod.
Mimics the appearance of the gardener's cottage. And I question, why do you tear something down and then build a replica of it when you could keep the real thing?
You can ask the petitioner.
You know what, I just want to revisit, though, that option that you just mentioned briefly, Kurt,
Sure.
about allowing a bulk overage in order to get the square footage the petitioner is looking for and allows them to maintain the 3 buildings. Because in my mind, allowing, a bulk overage as opposed to approving a demo is much more palatable.
In response to that, the planning commission was actually asked that question
Yeah.
because there was a difference of opinion on the planning commission as to whether any of the structures should be saved. And the planning commission, in response to that very question, if structures are saved, would a building scale variance be granted? And that could have been granted right on the plat of subdivision. The answer was a unanimous no, that by overbuilding this site, you truly are beginning to impact the neighboring property owners and the streetscape. So that particular question was asked and was found by the planning commission not to be appropriate.
But do we have that option to allow that as a board?
I think you do have that option, but,
Okay.
but as you said, I heard earlier that there was a concern about respecting decisions that were made in the past, and I think at least acknowledging that the planning commission was very strong when they were asked that question. The neighbors had real concerns about the subdivision happening. It was proposed as a 3-lot subdivision with none of the buildings saved, and what came forward was a compromise. What is before the commission is really the opportunity to do what was envisioned with the subdivision, to preserve outbuildings at their existing location for use as outbuildings. And it's a creative option.
Hard to keep that train of thought going.
Mike keeps going off.
I just encourage the commission to really think through that this in fact may be an opportunity. This property has been deteriorating for many, many years. And the owner, as you've all said, has explored a lot of options, has spent many years, has been before the commission a number of times. And I think the owner has been clear that he is willing to do some things, actually is willing to do quite a lot, was responsive to the commission's last discussion by coming back with the proposal to designate the carriage house, not de-designate the other structure, but request demolition, as the commission hears before, and to offer the cottage to someone else if they chose to move it. So I would just encourage you to look at what could potentially be the result of the decision. This property may sit there, and in fact, all 3 buildings could be lost at some point.
Has the homeowner ever considered moving the house forward on the lot to sort of reduce the feeling of bulk in the backyard? Just sort of, you mentioned congestion in the back.
Moving
and
the
retaining
proposed
all
house
3,
forward.
and retaining all 3 buildings?
We have, except there's 3 really nice, significant trees that are sort of border the front of the house that we were trying to work within. They're really nice trees, and to move it forward, there's more. You'd have to take those trees out.
So, because of the
Those
because
three
of
at
the,
the front of that.
I'm sorry, I really couldn't hear you. So because of the trees,
Yeah, the
that's
siting
why
is
the
based
homeowner doesn't want to move the house forward?
on the correct.
Okay.
But, Susan, were you, I'm sorry, I did a blank on that one.
You asking me a question?
No.
Oh.
And I might just add that the night, if you look back at the notes of the night that the Planning Commission
Mary
was
Ellen,
discussing
sorry, I
this,
went blank on that. Mary Ellen, are you suggesting he do that in order to preserve the coach house in the location behind it?
Yes.
So, yeah.
I had heard mention that it was getting congested back
Yeah.
there, retaining all three houses, but if you move the house
Right.
forward on the lot, it might give the backyard more of an open feel and create more space in the backyard.
So I think the critical issue for whether or not you retain the coach house is whether it's becomes part of a new house or whether it stands alone as some kind of a outbuilding. And I think that, just personally, anything you do to incorporate it into the new house, including a nod towards it with the architecture of the new house, which I think was a nice, nod, but that's really all it is, I think. Unless you let it stand alone, you haven't preserved it as
Right,
a
I
structure,
totally
right?
agree.
So now, if the idea would be to leave it where it is in its current location, preserve it, and move the house forward, then we're presented with the challenge of bulk, because we would be over the bulk ordinance with this house, so you would have to reduce this house to something on the order of 4,000 square feet.
Wasn't there an option that kept the gardener's cottage and the carriage house and removing the pump house? Didn't that?
I think the carriage house is reduced to a garage in that one.
It's option 4.
Option 4. So the square footage goes from
Oh, right.
1,200 square
Okay,
feet
yeah.
to something around 400 or 500 square feet. And that bulk is not calculated in here, so we don't know, it might be over the bulk ordinance in that option either, as well.
Yeah.
We're right around the bulk ordinance, within 400 feet of the bulk ordinance with the current design.
Yeah. I mean, I think to me, the benefit of option 4, I mean, the carriage house is already compromised with the addition to the west, and it wasn't designated as a landmark initially. And option 4 preserves the gardener's cottage, or what you're calling the coach house, Kurt, and the pump house in its original location.
I do confuse it.
So, I'm kind of, there were 2 landmarks there. I'm okay with just keeping the 2 landmarks. And option 4, or others like it, to Fred's point, I think are viable. And I'm just, I just wish there were more option 4s. I guess I keep saying that, but option 4, again, why was that not something that was either accepted by the homeowner and or permutations around option 4, more of those considered?
Well, I think any variation of option 4 is going to, as Chairman Parrott said, is going to be essentially 2 houses next to 2 smaller houses next to each other, unless you really functionally adaptively change the gardener's cottage. If you try and maintain it the way it is and then build another new house, you're going to be left with 2 houses. And so when the homeowner thought through that, he really kind of put an end to pursuing that as an option.
I mean, in your current option 4, you're assuming that structure is heavily renovated to almost repurpose the spaces inside of it, right?
In option 4, where it's moved to as a north wing.
Where it's existing?
Stays,
Where it stays where it is?
Stays where it is.
Yeah.
That was proposing that it would be existing, but you're severely lacking in
Right.
utility with that plan.
I understand.
In terms of garage space. So the other option, where we moved it in within the property line, we were looking at converting the first floor to a garage. So it would essentially be the same as what we have here in this proposal, where we're adaptively reusing the carriage house as something completely different than the way it is today.
So Jim, I'm not sure I understand where you fall out. I know you'd like to see other options.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm in, with Fred. I think there's, and I'm kind of where I was the last meeting. There hasn't been, in my mind, there's been some repackaging, but the issues are the same that we talked about last meeting. That there are 2 landmark structures.
Okay.
They were designated as such 5 years ago. They're both written in our ordinance, and it's just difficult for me to accept one option when I thought there may be some others. We talked about a pool house or some other configurations. There was an alternative scenario on the first packet from last meeting that we talked about. And granted, maybe it was used as a garage. But, you know, Fred had said maybe there's others. And I think
Sure.
let's be positive and look for a site and a win-win in terms of functional use for the owner and an option. And I just don't, I really hear what you guys are saying in terms of property rights and expense and use and all of that, but I almost feel like we just didn't give it a college try to get more options.
Let me ask Jim, I mean, I'd be curious if you and Fred would be interested in participating in a special committee to meet with the petitioner and explore other options, see if they have things that appeal to you, because I think that we've got a couple of commissioners that are generally supportive, and we've got a couple of commissioners who are not seeing, much latitude for movement on this. So you two kind of are the ones that are saying, well, there must be some other options out there. What are they? So I would ask the petitioner if that sounds like a productive use of the commissioner's time.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like
if you're
there's
willing
four
to
of
do
us
that.
that aren't.
I agree with
You
you.
agree?
I agree too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well then maybe we could regroup and see. We can only have two commissioners participate in a subcommittee, but I'd like to see some folks do that, because I think that it's an interesting proposal that we've got on the table, and maybe all we have to do is just find the creative solution. I hate to dismiss an opportunity for the site that could be a good thing for the community. So. What is it? Does that sound like a reasonable approach? You want to confer with your?
Might I ask a question of the commissioners? And so what we're proposing here is a subcommittee to work on further refinement of options.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Would it be something that the petitioner, as well as the subcommittee members, would allow is the moving up of the gardener's cottage to the location that we see on his option 1, and allow a reconfiguration of the interior space of that gardener's cottage to better facilitate a floor plan that would be as convenient as the one he has now in the desired plan. In other words, can he move the gardener's cottage up, connect it to the house, keep the outside shell to a certain extent, and just reconfigure the inside?
And Guy, I would say.
Option 5. I think you just described that.
Well, option 5, actually, the problem with option 5, it starts to create bad environment, bad design, because it's starting to create a really long leg. What I like about his option 1 is that he's got a very subordinate piece on there. And I even like the way he's got it slightly skewed.
Here you go.
I mean, one of the things I think we don't want to do here is because we don't want to make this de-designation happen, we're going to force in bad design work. And I tell you what, there's nothing that, we don't want to do that. I'm going to get really upset if I see something come back here that is just god-awful ugly. We've got a responsibility to make reasonably elegant designs. This guy's a skillful designer. He's one of the better ones we see. I would be willing to see the gardener's cottage, just because it's rhetorical, if nothing else, get shoved up, take the same footprint as his option 1, gut the inside, turn it all into garaging on the backside, and just that way we can say, look, there's the 2x4s and the 2x6s and the restuccoed gardener's cottage, if that's what it takes.
And Guy, I think that I would support that too, provided that the two other structures are preserved.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But my question in bringing it up tonight isn't because I want to rant. I want to know, if I'm going to consent to a subcommittee, are you guys willing to let that be part of the discussion? Because I don't want you working with them, even though you'll be in charge of the subcommittee, and tell them, no, you can't do that. Because I want that to be part of it. I don't care anymore if the interior, it's not a museum. They get to change it around and make it function, okay? Then I'm in support of that. And then possibly even entertain this idea, he has a porte cochere in it. Is that something that you guys might want to have to happen to the gardener's cottage so he can drive through? Could you put that back on, please, that we could, I mean, that's one of the features of that. That's nice too, and attach it to the building.
Yeah, replace the gardener's cottage.
Because what I like is he's condensing the wraparound quality of it, and he's got an L on there, and by having the hole in there, the void, it's starting to weave in functionality and massing, so that building isn't just a wing, it's got you know, it's perforated. I wouldn't mind having him even do that to the gardener's cottage. I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I mean, just for the sake of having my input in your subcommittee, I'm at the point now where I'd like to see good design, and if it just means it's rhetorical and we're saving bones, that's okay with me. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. I wanted to bring it up now rather than next month, you know, because I don't want to delay this.
Anybody else? Do I need a motion to continue a petition? Seems like I should know that by now. I'd take a motion to continue this petition.
So moved.
Motion has been made by Commissioner
Second.
Swenson. I'm sorry, I confused that again. Commissioner Athenson, seconded by Commissioner Swenson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we will continue that. Good luck, thank you. All right, our next request is a Certificate of Appropriateness approving a revised landscape plan reflecting the reconstruction of the original service drive and modified landscaping at 395 North Green Bay Road. We've heard this before. This is a continued petition, so come on up and give us your introduction.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Is this hearable? The petitioner is here tonight, and in just 1 minute we're gathering our group. Mike Breseman is going to introduce our group and get the presentation up. I'm joined by the homeowners, Neil and Jane Cummins. My name is Nick Patera. I'm the landscape architect for the property. Mike Breseman is the architect for the property. We've both, Mike and myself, had the privilege of working on this property through its restoration beginning in 2002 or 3. So for the last 8 or so years, we've watched this property move itself from being a deteriorated structure into a viable, livable historic structure. It's a true pleasure to have a homeowner who understands the history of the property and the benefits. Mike, do you want to take a few minutes and explain?
I just want to address the first slide in that, based on the last meeting, the questions that you had, there's really, in our eyes, there's two issues. The first one is, do the Cummins have the legal right to the drive? Based on the opinion of the city attorney and the Cummins council, they do have that right to the drive and to the access. The second thing is that what we're presenting is a historically accurate restoration proposal. It's based on a 1911 Jens Jensen, which he deemed two gables needed a service drive. The second point is one of the few remaining Lake Forest estates with true service drive access is Two Gables. Two Gables and Western Avenue existed 65 years before the subdivided neighboring property was constructed. Historically, we're reinstating the 1911 Jens Jensen service drive. Our opinion is the HPC mandate is the preservation of the historic past coupled with the redevelopment that ensures the protection of the historic district. And the last item that I'll address is that the historic guidelines, our opinion is would only allow driveway proposals based on the Jens Jensen 1911 plans, and other locations would not be suitable. And I'll let Nick address the answers to your questions that you raised last month, and also the landscaping plan.
All of you were here, I recognize you, so I don't know if I'm going to rewind and repeat the same presentation from last time, but we've had the benefit of looking at this property. You had asked us to first prove out the legality of the access drive. Does the property own frontage on Western Avenue, and does that frontage allow a service drive that was once there to be reinstated? The answer from both the petitioner's attorney and the city attorney has been yes to that. We have met with three or four of the adjoining property owners. There's two property owners to the east that share easement rights onto the owned property outside of the gates that abut the property. There's two owners to the north of the property. We were trying to resolve, and I have some suggestions and some flexibility in addition to what's in your packet that I'm going to conclude with, that I think shows that we're willing to make concessions that I want to show and see if we can come to some conclusion and approval on this evening. There was questions about the hardship. I can go back into the neighbor contact I mentioned, but the hardship was one consideration for access. This is a significant home. It's on 7.5 acres of property. The approach coming in from Green Bay Road is restricted by virtue of the Port Cochere drive-through. If I wanted to attend to the coach house or to the east wings of the house, I can't get to it by going through that Port Cochere with a large vehicle because of the clearance in the Port Cochere is limited to something that might fit a van, but not much larger. To the south of the house, on axis with the house, are the formal gardens. There's a sunken garden, and if a fire truck, ambulance, and such was to come in from Green Bay Road and to try and go cross-country, gosh help, they would find the sunken garden quickly and not make it to the back. So the west approach from Green Bay Road does limit emergency access, and that's one other consideration to be made to say let's reinstate the driveway as it was originally proposed from Western Avenue from the east. The frequency of use was a question. This is not for construction usage, although the coach house did utilize this. That's concluded, and no further will this drive be used for construction access. That was its only purpose, and that's done. The only reason that we really want to use it is not for daily postal service, FedEx, UPS, trash, pickup and drop off. That's all coming in off of Green Bay Road entrance, which is the country house formal entrance to the house. The Western Avenue entrance is really intended for vehicles. Typically, a lawn maintenance vehicle will be a dual rear wheel truck with a trailer behind it. It has a difficult time if it pulls all the way in to what we're very intentionally trying to keep as the Green Bay Road entrance is a quiet, low-key country estate entrance, which is very appropriate for this property, and not to make turning radiuses big enough to turn a moving van or a landscape truck or a pool maintenance vehicle around. So that was some of the basis. I'm going to go further. The gates, I think we understand that the gates that are on Western Avenue would remain locked. They're very low-key. It's not a mechanical gate or remote control. Somebody has to stop, unlock the gate, and take access. So it's not something that would be used for short-term, quick convenience. The placement of the drive, we're keeping the original location. The consideration for its proximity to the north neighbor's house, I'll show you some pictures, is to not put the drive farther away from the house because then it would really be visible from the second floor of the neighbors, but to keep the existing Two Gables property open, visible, but intentionally kind of crowd the fence, but leave a generous space, 20 feet, between the drive and the north property line fence for planting at that location. We do comply with all zoning. There's no relief or variance that are being sought. The driveway itself is 12 feet wide. The present gravel driveway that's there that was used for construction, it is wider than 12 feet. So if you looked at it, it frankly will narrow down. It will be an asphalt drive with lawn approaching both sides of it, again, with the idea of being very low-key. There are two drainage inlets. There were questions asked about lighting. There will be no night lighting on this. Again, like the gates, staying very understated. The 6-foot property line fence will remain intact. Landscape, I'm going to get into, but is drawn as we had started in 2003 from the original plans. The property is incredibly well documented, and there's a road map from 100 years ago that we were able to get out of the University of Michigan Library archives to show us how the property was originally designed. One other question that was asked of us last time, and I think that there might have been confusion, But this is the left side Green Bay Road. The curvilinear drive comes into narrow to a circular drive drop-off for the main formal entrance to the house, the gray building. In the center of the image is the home. And the Port Cochere drive-through is underneath here, going to an auto court to the coach house. The existing gravel access for construction would be the same location that we're proposing for the reinstatement. This does go, and the important part of what I'm showing you is that the property boundary that surrounds the property does in fact go to Western Avenue. That's not an easement. That's actually the panhandle stem physically belonging to the remainder of the property. The property owners who abut to the south, there's two homes that have easement access rights to get to Western Avenue for their homes. The gates are located at the base of the stem. A neighbor to the north and a neighbor to the north were concerned, or of concern. This was the originally approved landscape plan that we're asking for your consideration to make amendment to. The area that I just pointed out leading to the stem, which extends off the screen to the top right, would be through from the Coach House Auto Court, and there's the drive-through underneath the main part of the home to reinstate the landscape plan with that drive in place. The landscape and the patterning you'll see from the historic plan starting in 1910, 1911. The plan flips over, so you have to kind of reorient yourself. This is Green Bay Road now. This is the what I had referred to as the country kind of estate drive to the home. There's the service drive going as originally intended on the first of two plans that I'll show you, done by Jens Jensen in March, and again later that same year in 1911. The service drive is this white line, the stable building that's presently one of the two residences that occupy the property to the Western Avenue side. To the east is this building taking access off of the service drive past gardens, formal gardens, arriving at a service court. This is before the drive-through Port Cochere was built, but there's the arrival point to the main house, the sunken garden. So you can see the elements, even the plantings we were able to use as a guideline, a roadmap. So where you see birch trees today and spruce trees, they were on this plan, same way that we're thinking where the service drive once was. There's precedent and protocol for this to replace. We started in 2003. The fence came down on Green Bay Road. We got rid of the tunnel vision look on Green Bay Road and began with the front yard, and it progressively went from west in 2003 and then progressed in 2004 as the house was being restored. And now we're before you today to say, how are we further adhering to the restoration? You can see as we began with the house, the old original drive, the house is under construction, but this is the location once again to connect to the stem on an aerial photograph. The surrounding neighbors abutting on Western Avenue and to the north are shown on this image. The little plantings that you see along Green Bay Road were done. This is the 2003. This is during construction. We didn't really do the next phase until the construction was concluded, which is showing now this serpentine drive that was reinstated from the 1911 plans. We get to the landscape plan in the proposal. This is the new coach house. The main house is on the, I'll conclude shortly. To the west of this, this is a 12-foot asphalt driveway leading to the wood gates. We have landscape proposed with 22 orchard-type trees that you might have seen reminiscent of the 1911 plans. There are existing spruce trees that we put in 2008 that would remain. As an alternative to this, and I want to show you, we also have companions. These are the existing spruce trees that we could incorporate more of a four-season look with spruce trees that would continue east and west, still keeping the drive in the same location, but this is a generous planting strip before the property line fence occurs. Neighbor to the north, neighbor to the east. This is what it looks like today. This was a hot day in July. But this is the neighbor due north. The gates are to the right. This is the gravel construction drive, the same location that we would reinstate the proposed drive. Here are the spruces that were planted in 2008. but the concern of privacy was one of the comments that came up. The proposed plan that was in your packet had an orchard-like effect. This is the 16 trees on the eastern end, with the drive going through and underneath the canopy of those trees to provide some buffer, but keeping it tight to the fence was our objective, and also consistent with the base plan. The spruce trees would have an effect of being more four-season, and I thought this would be helpful. I've got paper copies of this, and I'm sorry we didn't do this in the packet, but this was a thought showing flexibility and how we would like to be able to accommodate concerns for the neighbors' privacy and enjoyment for both the owners, my clients, as well as the neighbors. I have surrounding photographs of the property, but I think I'll stop at this point and let you proceed.
Thank you. Do we have a staff report?
Four quick comments. At the last meeting, the question of whether there was legal right to have a driveway was raised. You do have an opinion from City Attorney Victor Filippini and Marlo Del Percio confirming that yes, the legal right exists, that this property does extend all the way out to Western Avenue, and there's a legal right for the driveway. Second point, the petition that is before you is not a request to reestablish the driveway. The city attorney clarified for us that the request before you is for approval of an amendment to a previously approved landscape plan. So you are considering the configuration of the driveway and landscaping. Third point, this property is over 7 acres. It is one of those properties that by virtue of past decisions is a very large property, a 7-acre property. It is reasonable to expect a second driveway. In fact, many properties that are much smaller, our code does allow 2 curb cuts. And finally, there was a revised landscape concept that was submitted to staff today. You have it at your places, and it proposes some additional evergreen screening along the north property line in consideration of the neighbors.
And Kathy, can I ask a question with respect to the 2 alternatives, the evergreen alternative or the orchard alternative, if you will? Does the staff have any comment one way or the other with respect to either of those 2?
The city arborist would accepts either alternative. There's a history of the property as being an orchard, but when it was an orchard, there weren't homes around, so I think from the staff perspective, either is acceptable. The greater concern is probably preference of the neighbor.
Okay, thank you. Now is an opportunity for questions of the petitioner or the staff, if we have any.
I'll start. Nick, could you put up the plan that we're thinking of making an amendment to?
Yes.
Thanks.
Coming.
Kathy, as Nick mentioned, tonight they're seeking our approval for an amendment to this plan, correct? To put the driveway in? This was the plan that was approved, I guess it was 2003, I guess, if I can read that from here, right?
Yes, that was the last landscape plan that was approved by the commission.
Okay, and when we say landscape plan, I mean, is that as good as saying site plan as well? I mean, that's a land plan showing driveways, roadways, planting material, etc., right? So it's kind of an all-purpose land plan.
This was an overall, you could call it site plan, landscape plan.
Okay. Now, when this was, so we have to approve an amendment to this, right? That would be what we're doing now, okay?
Within the red circled area is call it the requested amendment.
Okay.
You're going somewhere, I'll let you continue.
Well, I'm not sure, and I'm glad you're helping me out here. Kathy, when this plan was approved, it shows no driveway in the back, and was there any condition that precluded it ever being reestablished? Was that discussed at all by them?
As part of the landscape plan that was approved, the Historic Preservation Commission does not have the opportunity to take away the legal right to have a driveway off of Western Avenue.
Okay, so they show this, the people that see it, that say live around the area and along the border there, they see this comes in the mail and they understand that that's going to be deliberated on and then it gets approved. So they're assuming that that's the way that's going to be, let's call it the lay of the land, right? Now let's move to the front of the property at this time. They also had a driveway reconfiguration here. They didn't eliminate it, they just relocated it. It was basically the mirror image of the one in the rear, and it came in off Green Bay Road. Now, Kathy, was there a condition where that road was precluded from being reestablished, or does theoretically that still have the legal right to be reinstated?
Are you asking whether the
One
driveway off of Green Bay Road
Yes.
could be returned to a straight driveway?
Yes.
That would be an alteration to the property. We would consider it to be a significant alteration, and we would come before the commission.
But basically, it's this, the legal right to do it is still present, as
Yes,
it is in the back.
even though the commission approves something,
Okay.
5 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 months ago, the reason the commission exists is to consider revisions, alterations to properties, demolitions. Changes happen. The preservation ordinance is not intended to preclude changes from happening.
Okay.
So yes, this plan could be, the petitioners could come back in a year and make a request.
May I add, at the time that we were doing this, Legacy Custom Homes had purchased the home and was looking to bring it back as a habitable structure. It hadn't been lived in for 2 years. We were being very careful not to prescribe the level of detail, even though I had, call it, the roadmaps of what extensive, grounds and landscape, and even what the Armours had when they lived here, to try and restore. But this is the backyard on this plan that has pond, players green, walking paths, and extensive landscape elements, and we were intentionally not looking at the back, but Renee had shown the progressive landscape plans 2003, 2004, and the location really focusing on the house, the coach house, the pool house, and the drive. Commissioner Burgett was really looking at how can we make this presentable, but not be so presumptuous to assume that a homeowner might want to have a pond or a player's green, or maybe they want a putting green, or maybe they want, and so we were very careful not to, first of all, spend the money on a 7.5 acre piece of property, but make it presentable from Green Bay, which was a pleasure, but also make it so that we did have the ability, and now's this time, to look at how we continue this progression, but it was intentionally left kind of for the owner, who we now have, to make decisions as to what their lifestyle was and what their preferences were for the rear of the property. So there's some logic to it.
Okay, but in this particular layout, you took the road out.
The road that once was left open as a sight line, and yes, you're correct that it was taken out.
And the one in the rear was taken out too?
It basically, the gates never were taken out.
Okay.
It was just not used.
All right, but I don't see a road on it, is what I'm saying.
On this plan, you're correct.
Okay, that's all, thanks.
And it wasn't replanted with the idea of removing the road. The line is open because one other element, sorry, but I'm going to talk about this. The drive-through portal was an important element of this house to me, and the ability to have sight line to that portal from both Green Bay Road looking through at an arrival, that's somewhat of a design element, and it does have.
Yeah, I've noticed it whenever the gates were open, that it is an interesting terminus that you look through a distant arch. And it's that distant arch that's probably the interesting thing, more than the fact that there's a road leading to it.
And a hint of your destination. I mean, these are Design 101 type things, but this is part of the joy of working on a property like this.
Sure. Well, thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Any other questions for petitioner or the staff on this?
I just had a quick question. When you say that the commission is supposed to consider configuration and landscaping, what do you mean by configuration? I mean, is that materials? Is that the site of it? Is that the width of it? Is that, what are we talking about?
With respect to driveway, I think the commission in the past has looked at whether a driveway is straight or curvilinear, whether it enters the property if there's a large streetscape, if the driveway enters the property near 2 large trees or further away from 2 large trees. So the fact that there is a legal access from this property to Western Avenue, and the appendage of the property that extends out to Western Avenue is limited, you do have limitations with respect to where the driveway can be, certainly as it approaches Western Avenue, but configuration is really the exact location with materials, and landscaping, how the driveway might be screened.
Right now, the proposal is for an asphalt driveway, is that correct?
That's correct. 12-foot wide asphalt driveway is what the petition is showing now.
What was the original Jensen's driveway? Was it asphalt as well?
It was, I'm sure, the same location. It may have become asphalt. I think the original 1911 may not have been asphalt. I'm not that old. I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm not trying to be smart. I don't know that it was asphalt originally, but as we approached the property, it looked as if there was asphalt on that drive.
Well, so it was asphalt at some time, but not originally in 1911 is what you're saying, when it was originally put into get an historic.
I'm guessing at best. What it originally was there could have been chip and seal, but there could have been some kind of originally road building back in early 1900s would have been tar and gravel with the sealed surface so you wouldn't get dust and dirt. That's one of the comments that the neighbors to the east are looking forward to, having some type of a sealed surface on the road. We also did wonder whether or not it should have some kind of a alternative material used, and we thought, one, the front drive is asphalt. We'd like it to match, and we're really trying not to make a big deal out of it. You know, pavers, bricks. We're trying to keep it low-key and quiet.
Is there, and I don't have any familiarity with this, but is there a driveway material or configuration that would be installed that would limit its use just because it couldn't take a lot of traffic without breaking down?
That's not what our petition is for. We're trying to keep it so that it could be still maintained in an easy way. The answer to your question, there are alternative products that can be put in to limit their use. I guess that's not what we're proposing at this point, but there are things like fire lanes that are made out of turf block that perhaps that's what you're asking about.
I don't know because I have no familiarity with it, but your petition, part of your petition, your request to us is part of your petition, the support of your request is that there's going to be very limited use of this, so there's not going to be a high impact. That's correct, right?
That's correct. Limited use, and it's.
I'm just exploring whether there's materials out there, or a way to configure this driveway so there is limited use to it. That's my only question.
I understand.
I don't know, but you said there are products out there that can make it.
I will explain the comment that I had about a fire lane, for example, turf block, which is an egg crate type product made out of durable material that you can plant grass in. Once you drive over that, you've basically taken the grass that would otherwise be growing through there for the occasion of a fire truck or something like that, and you would have to replant it. It's not, call it a long-term viable solution. It's good for supporting a vehicle for rare occasions. And I understand where you're trying to help us, but I don't know that we have an answer for you that would be suitable for what we're trying to do, which is otherwise low-key. We talked about gravel, but we would still end up getting some maintenance to a gravel driveway. You would get sound off of a gravel driveway, which is a concern, perhaps dust. And the idea of asphalt was thought to be something that's permanent and consistent, and not trying to introduce a different product onto the 7.5-acre property.
Well, is it something that petitioner would look into, or is that just not an option in the petitioner's?
We're looking to reestablish the service drive. We'd prefer to keep it as simple as possible with the 12-foot. You don't hear me saying no, but
I don't hear what you're saying.
But I'm not here to. I'm here to try and solve problems. This is what I do. So I'm open to your thoughts if you had specifics.
You know, can I follow up on that? Because that was my question too, is since this is a service drive and is used very infrequently, wouldn't you want to differentiate the formal asphalt driveway from the informal service driveway? And one thing I was thinking about is there's a house on the corner of Green Bay and Deerpath that has pavers that they use as their service drive, right? It's off of Green Bay Road. They have the gate that's shut. The only time that gate's open is when the landscape truck pulls in, which happens every week. So my question to you is, they have the pavers and the I don't know what the term is for it, and the grass is growing through there and it's used every single week. Would you consider something like that? And you could also differentiate the two driveways, one from being an infrequent service driveway, one from being a formal asphalt, quieter, with less impact on the neighbors with drainage and noise.
Drainage isn't a concern.
Okay.
Noise isn't a great concern. The comment came up about landscape maintenance. 7.5 acres of lawn takes 3 hours to mow with a dedicated crew of 3 guys that come once a week. It's not necessarily the mowing, whether you parked your vehicle on Vine or on Western or on Green Bay or brought it into the property, you're still mowing it, and you're going to have a certain degree of sound that comes out of mowing 7.5 acres. So sound, drainage, and then appearance. It's not Green Bay and Deerpath that unless the gates are open, this is pretty invisible. The differentiation from the front drive, the country estate kind of formal field that we're trying to keep small, the terminus of that drive occurs at a brick paver circle. So I think that we have in part solved that. And pardon me, I'm not trying to be difficult here, but I'm trying to keep this as simple and appropriate. Oh, okay. That what's not showing on this, and one of the elements that we did, this is 15 feet wide asphalt. We have the formal gates. Later, the fence and brick wall was put in, but this terminates at a brick circle and handsomely approaches the front of the house. Things quiet down, and there's very clearly a differentiation between what's the rear service court and the rear drive from the front formality of the entrance. So. I believe you're all trying to help me, but I'm...
So I guess my question is, would you consider using pavers on the driveway?
I think it would be a necessary use of money. Yes, we would consider it,
okay.
But it is at a certain expense, yes.
Okay. I also have another question. You know, last meeting we were here, we heard a lot from the neighbor behind you, Mr. Stride. Were you able to meet with the Strides and talk about their concerns?
Mr. Stride's here, and I believe you'd like to hear from him. There was late communication as of yesterday. He is still opposed, but those words should come from him. All 3 other neighbors are in support. Neighbor directly north, Mr. Stride's property is midway, and neighbors 2 to the east abutting are supportive. So we've got 3 of 4 who are in support. That was one of your questions.
And then we just got a letter from another neighbor on Vine that was not in support. So you just talked to just a few of the neighbors, and you really haven't met with Mr. Stride to resolve the issues. Is that what I'm saying?
Unable to, well, there was communication, there was an email, and there was several attempts over probably 10 different dates that we were trying to coordinate with to meet myself, the Cummins, together with Mr. Stride, to see if we could come up with a constructive way.
There was 13 dates that were offered for the Cummins, Nick, Zorn, the contractor, to meet with Mr. Stride. They were unable to do that. We did get an email confirmation of his opinion last night, and Mr. Stride can speak for himself.
Okay, and then I have a question from Megan real quick. In our approval of amending this landscape plan, can we as a commission place limits on the use of the driveway? can we say, for instance, okay, this driveway will only be used for service vehicles?
I think with respect to the use, there's a legal use for the property. It would be difficult to enforce those types of regulations of, limiting it to one time a day. I'm not sure that that's a direction that we would want the commission to take from an enforcement standpoint.
But just wondering, can we put limits of use on the driveway?
No.
I think that's beyond the commission's purview.
Okay.
The subdivision could have placed some limits and didn't, but I think that is getting into an area that is just not workable and it's not appropriate.
But that's more plan commission, is that what you're saying?
It's more zoning related, it's more use related, and really goes beyond the purview of the commission.
Okay. This is okay.
Any other questions for the petitioner or the staff? If not, we'll move to the opportunity for the public. If they have any comments, does anybody have a comment? Come on up and introduce yourself. Thank you.
My name is Chip Streightiff, at 301 East Vine. Ms. Czerniak is right, this is a zoning matter. I believe it is improperly in front of the Historic Preservation Commission and should have been addressed to the zoning board. That's my initial observation at this point. With respect to the presence of this driveway in the 1911 Jens Jensen's plans, I agree that there used to be a driveway there, but that driveway has been abandoned for more than 30 years. To suggest that there was any remnant of a driveway left there is absolutely incorrect. As a matter of fact, when the temporary road was constructed, at the time that the coach house was begun, I specifically appeared before the city council and said we had no objection to the guest house. I think they've done a wonderful job with it. But I did object to any attempt to put a permanent road in there. And the specific comments by the city council, who was here at the time, indicated that that was not a question that was before them, that they would have to be taken up to it before the zoning board if a change was desired by the property owners, and that the temporary road would have to return to its original condition. The gentleman from Tesca keeps talking about the fact that this is a substantially large 7.5 acre portion of land, which is absolutely 100% true, which leads me to suggest perhaps that coming off of that main driveway that now replaces the straight one that used to go from Green Bay Road straight back to the house, a spur could be placed that would put the drive through the middle of the house and give their desired access past the pool towards the coach house. That would give the desired access for emergency vehicles if that was necessary, for their landscaping crews if that was necessary. To suggest that the only way for those vehicles to get in would be to build a road that has been abandoned and overgrown for 30 years, photographs of which I have from October 8th of 2008 that I'd like to, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation to give to you, but I'd like to at least submit to the commission these photographs, as well as the what we're actually dealing with in terms of what is seen from our house and how close this driveway is to our home. This is a view outside of our bedroom window looking onto this temporary drive that's there now. I think that there are many opportunities that the plan and the property owners could work around that would provide a drive that is in the middle of the property or to the southern side of the property that would give them the access they desire for emergency vehicles and landscaping trucks, yet preserve the right to quiet enjoyment that those of us along the Vine Avenue portion, the north end of the property, have a right to. Let me just make sure there's nothing else I want to say. I am touched that so many people are here this evening to listen to my podcast.
Touche.
In any event, and the Cummins have stated at the time that the coach house was approved and last week that they have no desire to seek any further subdivision of the property and the construction of any additional houses on the property, and I take them at their word on that. But neither the Cummins nor I nor anybody else who owns any of these properties will own them forever. And if the Cummins decided that they were going to move out of this house and somebody else came in, having the driveway there would be another step down that slippery slope that goes to the question of whether or not the property could be subdivided. And it would be, the argument would become, well, there's already a road there, why can't we just build a couple more houses back there? Again, I don't believe it's appropriate. I believe that this driveway had been abandoned for many, many years in any legal or colloquial understanding of the word abandonment. And that the fact that it was appropriate in 1911 doesn't mean that it's appropriate in 2011. Because of the impact that it would have on my home, my property value, I would request that the plan be, the request be denied. Also, just quickly, there is no supervision whatsoever over how this drive will be used once it is in fact put in. The argument is that it'll be locked and that only the landscapers will have access to that area. But if in fact it is truly for the use of emergency vehicles, are the emergency vehicles going to have to be given the code to and stop, unlock the gate, then drive the emergency vehicles in? That doesn't make any sense to me either. So that's what I have to say. I apologize for taking up so much of your time.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Stride?
No, I have a question for staff.
Meeting with the Cummins is absolutely correct. We have not met. That is my fault, not Mr. and Mrs. Cummins' fault. They offered many dates. I could not do it. And quite frankly, my position is that I don't want the driveway there. And I think I made that clear in my email to them last evening. And that's all I have to offer.
In terms of the two alternatives that are shown, I mean, I understand your position. It's a choice of being fried or boiled, but do you have any thoughts with respect to the two alternatives that were shown, whether it's has orchard deciduous trees that are in that area, those would, or whether it was a continuation of the evergreen?
Well, I think I would go with the suspenders and a belt. I would go with the trees as well as the deciduous, the pine trees as well as the deciduous trees.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I have a question for staff, or I
Sure.
don't know who.
Let's just see if there's any other
Oh,
public
sorry.
comment. Is there any other public comment on this issue? I think there might be one. Sure, come on up and introduce yourself. Thank you.
My name is Rami Lopat. I live on Woodland Road. I can't help you with the decision, but I can help you with the material.
There you go.
Historically, asphalt would not be called for, and it's a pretty rigorous historic element in a service drive, and especially one that would be going through an orchard, a very country, a very rural country place setting at the time. It more likely would have been something like 2 gravel strips with grass in between. Be very low-key. That it would not be good for landscaping trucks, to be sure, but that would be the aesthetic.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you.
that. All right. Any other public comment? Sure, come on. Why not? You're here.
I apologize.
No problem.
The only thing I was also going to suggest is that just a straight driveway that they're proposing to put in right there still doesn't give landscaping trucks, emergency vehicles a place to turn around. It's just a straight strip of asphalt.
Yeah.
They still don't have a place to turn around.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Come on up and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Arthur Miller, 169 Wildwood Road. And I guess I just am struck by seeing that there is this way out to Western Avenue, the historic service drive for that area of all those Green Bay Road estates. So whenever the subdivision was done, there was obviously an intention that there be some sort of access there. So I don't know that you can say that when they do own that little strip of land, that they absolutely have no claim whatsoever to use of the property. I think that seems a little unique to me. I think the textures are interesting, and it could be perhaps that you could suggest having different textures at different parts of the driveway, even maybe that would maybe satisfy some people. I'm not sure. But if you just see that when they show the property line, it has this appendage leading to the historic service road for all the Green Bay Road estates. And this is one of the few that's still there intact. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? I'll ask if we could get one more question answered, since there was a question regarding how a vehicle would turn around.
It's a good question, if I can answer.
Thanks.
What happens on the property now, the width of the drive, we do have flexibility on this. One of the things, a service truck doesn't need entirely 12 feet of width, but the intention is not to turn around on this. It's really to get from point A to point B. The service court itself is a 3-point turn. And so the service vehicles that would come into the property are either servicing the home, the pool, or the landscape. They're able to open the gate, they're able to come through, and there's a generous service court. There's distance before that porte cochere drive-through. So the intent is not to stop here. The intent is not to spin around here, but it's to go A, B, do your business, and leave.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one more question.
Sure, go ahead,
I think
Jim.
Mr. Ransom asked this question last time, but I just wanted to confirm that there was no proposed lighting around the drive or the gate.
You're correct. There's no electric lighting. There's no lighting, period, and the gate is strictly manual, and I think that's important. There was, when I came onto this property, a remote control gate opener with electricity. You can still see the wires back there with an opening arm for the gates. That's been removed and is not intended to go back in. The idea of keeping it so it's not convenient goes back to Mr. Ransom's question about, how can we make it so it's not really, a day-to-day convenience item. No lights. One other item, fire vehicles, emergency vehicles, if they have to stop for this gate and cut it, they're coming in. So I don't know that that's a concern that we have, as well as potential for them to be able to get to adjoining properties to the north of us as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Now's an opportunity for deliberations.
Can I ask a question real quick of
Sure.
Kathy and Megan? Mr. Stride mentioned the zoning board. Would this be appropriate for us to review or refer to the zoning board to investigate the issues of usage and?
There's a legal right for this property to access Western Avenue. We have a legal opinion. There really is no request for a variance, so there's nothing to take before the zoning board.
Okay.
I have a question about the abandonment issue. I don't know if anybody would know the answer. If it was abandoned, isn't the legal right still there, even though it wasn't used? Doesn't that still hold true?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you an attorney, Czerniak?
I'm not, but I did review this matter with,
You asked that question with Mr. Tobin.
I discussed this thoroughly with the city, both city attorneys, yes.
So we did, okay.
I don't know the answer, I just.
Well, so we did have, this was the stumbling block for us last time we looked at this. We didn't actually get so far as to even talk too much about design. We were hung up on whether there was, whether we were being asked, frankly, if to approve something that may or may not have the right of use. So we asked the staff to research that for us. They did produce a letter from the city attorney saying that they do in fact have the right to this connecting driveway, and so, we have to take that at face value. You're certainly free to pursue that with Kathy separately.
The question of whether they still maintain not the right to access the property, the right to restore what had once been there and had been abandoned.
Hang on, let me see if it's in the letter. So as the title holder to the strip, the owner is authorized not only to gain access through the strip, but also to extend the improved drive in the strip over the property to the residents, so long as it does not interfere with the access easement, which is the rights of the neighbors prior to the entrance here. So I think it's pretty clear in this letter that it's not an issue that it was abandoned and they haven't lost this right. This is a current letter dated, October 11th. We have to, I think we can only rely upon this as a conclusion here. Otherwise, it certainly could be contested with staff. But I think for us, we have to assume that this is correct. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Neil Cummins is here.
Sure.
And he would like to be able to address the board.
He's a member of the public. Come on up.
Thank you
very much. What I wanted to do was just to give you perspective as the owner of Two Gables. My family and I moved here to the United States, and we're very privileged to live in this historic Lake Forest estate. In the United Kingdom, in London where we lived, we had a 17th century home which we restored from the ground up with the guidance of a similar group to yourself, English Heritage, in the United Kingdom. When we contemplated purchasing Two Gables from foreclosure, we understood the significant historical responsibility of taking on a property like this. In fact, we were asked to sign a legal document which clearly explained the HPC and that anything we wanted to do in this property had to follow the history of the property. And so we've approached this request in the same way that we've approached any other request we've made. Since the 2009 purchase from foreclosure, this property has abided by the laws and regulations of the City of Lake Forest without exception. There have been no complaints registered regarding noise, movement, building improvements, maintenance, or management of this very significant property. And what we have now is a productive, vibrant, private family residence that generates the normal activity associated with a Lake Forest home. I'm also not aware of any City of Lake Forest, Lake County, or State of Illinois law or regulation that prohibits the normal operation, access, or maintenance associated with a private family residence in the manner of which we have conducted ourselves since rescuing this property from foreclosure in its uncertain future in March 2009. I think that you'd agree that it's generally accepted that in this unfortunate economic climate we find ourselves in, that foreclosed properties are left to deteriorate as owners conserve cash. We found Two Gables to be in this very situation, requiring us to invest a substantial seven-figure sum to complete the property, to remediate and complete the landscaping, as well as to conduct significant maintenance to the rapidly deteriorating and failing infrastructure. And this inevitably led to a higher volume of activity for the 14 neighboring properties to Two Gables. So I certainly want to thank the 14 neighbors here in Lake Forest for their patience as we put this property back together. As my associate said, we've communicated with the 4 affected adjoining properties to this proposal that are located on Vine Avenue and Western Avenue in Lake Forest. And with one exception, all have voiced their support for this proposal. In closing, we believe that this is an opportunity for the city, through the leadership of the HPC, to approve this considered, historically relevant proposal supported by the majority of the neighboring adjoining properties and continue the historical reinstatement of Two Gables to its original position as a thoughtful, historical, vibrant, neighborly, family operating estate located in this very historically minded city of Lake Forest. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have 3 points about this that I think are very meaningful to me. The first is the aspect of access to fire vehicles. I think that's, right there, I think that's extremely important. And the second issue is the legality of it. This is a cut and dried, it's legal. And in terms of the asphalt, it has to be a very supportive driveway. Even though it's not used very often, heavy trucks are going to be put on this driveway. I think that probably is the best solution physically for it. Those are just 3 simple points that I think make this sort of a no-brainer,
Okay. I want to talk to, I think I'd actually like to talk to kind of the fairness of this. And Nick, can I ask you to put up the original 2003 plan that you and Mr. Breseman have put together and had passed? And also, there was significant amount of renovation and addition work done before the current owners bought the house, if I understand correctly. Wasn't this house in really good shape when it was for sale and foreclosed on?
Go ahead.
I recall being inside the house, and I
Yeah,
thought
the house
it was
was
pretty fantastic.
probably a year away from having to be torn down. Legacy Preservation Partner bought the...
When you guys got it.
Right.
Yeah.
And there was a significant amount of work that had to be done.
Yeah.
I think it was over $5 million. An addition was added to it. The coach house was actually designed, but was held in abeyance until a property owner came forward and wanted to purchase the property.
Okay.
So it was always a long-term...
Sure. That's what the current owner has done, is put the coach house on?
They put the coach house on. They built the brick and wrought iron fence on Green Bay.
We saw that.
Right.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
so they're continuing the viability of this great structure.
And we really appreciate that too. And it's great that we've got an owner for it that does take such good care of it. And we were happy when it did get purchased. One thing I'd like to comment on, and I think it just needs to be said, and I don't want it to be an argumentative presentation by me, but there's something about this from a point of fairness, regardless of the legal rights of an access road, that when this was presented in 2003, in fact, recent enough that we still have the same consultants on board, a considerable amount of reconfiguration of roadways took place. The removal of the one in the back, for instance, and from what I understand tonight, there was no road there for a considerable number of years before that, as well as a reconfiguration of the road leading off Green Bay. And as a neighbor, I mean, we have two people that live evidently on the eastern portion here that are objecting tonight, so there are some people that don't necessarily support this. And so we have two. I have a letter here that's from another person, so there's two. Am I correct? Mm-hmm. Now, if I was to just say, for instance, that on the Green Bay half of this property, we have the Serpentine Road that's taken the place of the one that runs along the property, or that did. And now there's another house just to the north of this property line. And let's say that that house was bought and sold in the next year. And then a couple years from now, another owner was to come by and want to put that other road back in the same way that the service road is being proposed to be put back in. Now, that property owner would probably be pretty upset because he bought that house thinking that there wasn't going to be a driveway very close to his yard. And I would imagine that he would feel he had the right to object to that. And I'm just wondering, isn't this, and I would feel rather strange about allowing that to be reinstated. And it's a lot the same as the situation in the back. Just because it's not off Green Bay and it's not the front doesn't mean that it doesn't adversely affect that gentleman's property. I just saw a photograph, and I don't think people in the chambers have the ability to see it, but you know, it would rather, and I'm saying this because I just want this to be brought out tonight. Probably I'm the only one that's going to feel this way. But if that was something that was just placed in after about a 20 or 30 year period of not being there, I guess I'd be pretty upset, thinking that, you know, even though there's a legal right there on a piece of paper, that I was going to have to be looking at that. And I'm just wondering if, from a fairness standpoint, maybe this is another thing similar to our first petition, where maybe, and you can't be perfect all the time, and maybe it should have been discussed that if you're going to take it out now, that adds to the likelihood that it's going to be approved. I mean, that array of trees back there, Nick, that's very attractive and seductive. It doesn't have a road in it. And by putting a building back there, you're adding some objects to the lot, and by not having that roadway there, it gives it a better chance for being approved. And I'm just bringing that out because I think we need to consider it. And the fact that there are neighbors here that are concerned, I just feel compelled to do that.
Well, I think if you know, as planned, there's a row of evergreens, you know, I don't think they would see the driveway. I'm just not understanding, you know, why that is a problem. You know, if this is as proposed with the landscaping, that's not visible from the bedroom window.
You know, we're also talking about a situation where if this plan is executed, then there's a substantial amount of landscaping that has yet to be done. lots of trees that had to be planted, lots of things that had to be moved, and that's all going to be taking place right next to my house. That noise, that dirt, that construction traffic, those trucks stayed waiting to bring trees in.
But I don't think you can prevent a neighbor from doing things to their property for construction traffic and...
Okay, thanks, guys. I think we're going to deliberate up here. We've got a long night still
You know,
left.
I just
so
wanted to jump
we'll
on-
ask you questions if we need
on
them,
what
please.
Guy was saying, and, you know, I recognize the Cummins' legal right to this. I mean, it's pretty clear from the attorney's review of this that they do have a legal right. However, at the last meeting, we were really pretty clear about, we would like you to meet with the neighbors and come to some compromise, so you understand. And, you know, I'm kind of disappointed this has come back to us before that compromise was kind of flushed out, because now it's putting us in a position where we're trying to find a compromise for them. And, you know, and I really would like to see just, you know, some kind of compromise for this. I think maybe, I know there's a legal right here, but there's also a negative impact on the neighbors that they never really fully anticipated, as Guy had said. And so maybe a compromise is something that I suggested, you know, using some pavers that allows the grass to grow through. It's a service drive, so you're not using it that much. There's no need for asphalt, as I can see here. You could use pavers. You know, I really think you can find some compromise. And so you lessen the impact on these neighbors. A different material might work. Whatever their concerns are, I think you need to address them because you're negatively impacting your neighbors here. And if you want to take a look at that property, it's on the northwest corner of Deerpath and Green Bay. It's a very large estate. I'd say it's at least 7 acres. And they have the service drive off of Green Bay behind 2 gates. They use those pavers where the grass grows through. I'm just looking for a compromise here so we can all live with it.
So Susan, I appreciate you trying to find a compromise, and I think that's great. I mean, I think we need more of that. You know, but sometimes there's not a compromise. I mean, I remember the last meeting asking Mr. Estrada if it was the noise or the visual impact that was most objectionable, and you know, it was kind of everything. It's just that the driveway's there, and I think he's reiterated that point. Sometimes neighbors don't agree, and there's no compromise. I want a driveway because it's my private residence, and I have the legal right to it. And I've invested in taking care of the property and followed the letter of the law. And I'm reinstituting something that, you know, obviously it could be subject to debate, but it was there. And, you know, the abandonment issue, while I'm sympathetic, it doesn't thwart the legal right. And, you know, we're gonna have to make a call just based on just what we think is right based on the city's guidance and our collective wisdom. I'm supportive of the petition. While I'm sensitive to the neighbors' concerns, I would have some of the same ones. But it's hard to take away a legal right that's done sensitively within the historical keeping of the property, and that's kind of where I stand.
Well, I think I was the one at the last meeting who brought up the question whether there was even a right to access, and we do have the city attorney's opinion. Being an attorney myself, I have some questions about that, but also being a member of this board and part of the city government, I'll accept the city's attorney's opinion on that and say we have to move forward. But Susan, I do agree with you in respect. You know, I asked the city staff what configuration means, and I was told that includes materials and such, and well, I appreciate Jim's comments as well. I think it's something we can consider and look at. I asked the petitioner directly about those types of materials, and I don't believe I got the answer I was looking for, something concrete. And I think it would be appropriate for us to continue the petition and direct city staff to look at, with the petitioner, at different alternatives rather than just a black asphalt drive down this strip. I don't think we have to design it for them. I don't think we have to tell them the materials that they need to use. I think we have to look at this petition and decide whether we're going to approve it or not. And right now, as the petition's presented, although I acknowledge that the petitioner has access, I don't think I would. I know I won't approve the petition as it stands now, I don't think enough alternatives have been looked at. I think that there's other things that can be done.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to play back. I mean, I think the question really will be, will those alternatives change the outcome and the resistance of an adjoining neighbor? And I think my answer would be no, just based on the last two meetings and our deliberation on this. Is a driveway that's asphalt less intrusive to the bedroom and the proximity than any of the paved options that we're talking about that could be in more keeping with the historical context of estates of this size? I don't think you'll have any less heartburn about it existing to begin with, and I think that's probably what's driving not meeting after 13 dates were put forward. So I think we could wish this away and say, I hope they come up to a compromise, but it's either yes, there's a driveway, or no. And I don't know that's going to change any based on subsequent meetings.
Yeah, I don't know either, and I'm not trying to wish it away. I just don't believe that we've looked at all the alternatives. So, very similar to the last petition, I don't believe we've looked at all the alternatives. And the petition that was presented just with an asphalt driveway, I don't think addresses all my concerns. So that's where I'm at.
Well, let me express myself. I was in favor of this petition at the last meeting, and I'm still in favor of it. And I think that a continuance is putting a hardship on the owner. Weather is going to intervene, and they may well have to wait till next year to do their driveway. And I don't think other alternatives are going to be significantly different than what's on the table, and it's a legal right to do it. And 3 out of 4 neighbors have approved it.
And Fred, do you have a preference for one alternative or the other in terms of the landscaping plan?
I would leave that to the parties involved. Belt and suspenders doesn't bother me, or the belt or the suspenders. I think, by the way, the landscaping is as important to screen the view from the neighbor as it is to screen the view for the Cummins of the neighbor.
So, thanks, guys. We're trying to get through it as quickly as you can. I also support the petition. I think that appreciate the efforts of the petitioner to try to meet with the neighbor. So I can't encourage that meeting any more than by giving them one opportunity, and if they can't avail themselves to that, I don't see a point of continuing the petition further for that reason. As to the materials of the road, I think asphalt's completely appropriate. It's appropriate for the front drive. I don't think we need to do a nicer driveway for the service drive than the front drive, and I certainly don't think that a 2-lane road through an orchard with grass in the middle, although very romantic, is appropriate for the solution. With respect to the landscaping, I do like the original proposal. I prefer the original proposal, but I would encourage the staff to approve the petition as proposed with the orchard concept, but I would encourage the petitioner to make one last stab of working with the homeowner to see if there's something that they could do by way of landscaping to soften that relationship. And I don't mean the relationship of the trees to the road, but the neighbor to the neighbor, because I think that I'm quite confident that the owner of this property is encouraging the best relations he can have with his neighbors, and this is just a tough issue for both neighbors. So I'd like to support the petition. I think we might have enough support to make a motion if someone wants to do that. Do we have enough support? I think we do.
So is everybody, should we?
Unless anybody else has a question or a comment, I mean, I think I've done my straw vote in my head. I believe that I'd rather move this forward with a vote than do anything else. So I'll ask if anyone wants to make a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to accept the petition as presented with the acceptable, I guess, suggestions to get together on the landscape, final design. I think the city petition is a good one, but if there's an alternative one that the 2 neighbors come up with, so be it.
Second.
Okay, so the motion's been made by Commissioner Preschlack and seconded by Commissioner Swenson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I believe that was, let me count them, please. That was Commissioner Preschlack, Moyer, Peretz, and Swenson. Any opposed?
Nay.
And that is the rest. So we have a split decision, but it passes, so.
Thank you.
There you go, thank you. All right, we have one more exciting petition before us before we get to Bear College, so bear with us. This is a request for Certificate of Appropriateness approving signage and awnings for Joseph A. Bank, new retail business. They love the advertising that this is bringing. Located at 240 East Deerpath. I believe this is the former Blockbuster video location. So if you want to come on forward and make your petition, thank you.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Ken Fogel with North Shore Sign, and what we're proposing here, Joseph A. Bank, is to remove both of the existing awnings that are on the building right now and replace those with new awnings. And then adding an additional awning on the west elevation. Along with that, signage proposals for the south elevation and also the west elevation. This particular type of sign will be backlit to give the letters kind of like a halo effect, while the front of the letters will remain opaque at all times.
So maybe you could just tell us, in terms of the construction of the sign, what the materials, what is?
Certainly.
Sure, thanks.
The materials are going to be, they're going to be individual letters made out of aluminum. The back sides of them are going to be a polycarbonate back, so you get the illumination off the reverse side of the letters. And the front of the faces are going to be white, but like I say, they're going to remain opaque. The outsides of the letters, which are the trim caps, are going to be black.
So we see this section, this is LED lighting, and 3.5 inches deep. Overall dimension is 1'2". I noticed there are some letters up on the building right now. Is that the representative size?
You know, I'm not familiar with this. I kind of got thrown in the last minute. The guy that was working on this, it got
He owes you one.
So they're like, "Can you make it?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll be there." So I'm not really sure.
So I believe that is a mock-up that we see out there that is true to size. And is that also true to depth of the letter? I see staff shaking his head. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
All right, let's have a staff report. How about that?
Sounds good to me. Just a couple quick comments. The sign, as proposed, is in compliance with the square footage outlined in the ordinance, as well as the letter height outlined in the design guidelines for signage. The commission is reviewing tonight the appropriateness of having two signs due to the corner building. The petitioner is proposing two identical signs on either face of the facade. And also the illumination of the sign. The mock-up was installed over the weekend, so hopefully the commission was able to go out and review it. Specifically, in the staff report, we did encourage you to visit the site in the evening hours. There is a street light on that corner. The downtown is generally dark, so I think some consideration to the lighting request should be given. I welcome your comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Great, terrific. Any questions or comments for staff or the petitioner?
I have a question to probably the staff. And growing up here, I always liked going shopping at Smith Med Store and the Outdoorsman and Robertson's. And to me, this is one of the first buildings you see in town as you're driving from the west. And just wondering if there were any images of old Robertson's, and if that was helped to use to facilitate the design. And I don't think we have to recreate Robertson's, but Yeah, something about the lettering and the positioning and the size and the style of that signage really struck a chord with me, and I'm glad that there's another clother going in there. It's really exciting. So I was just curious if you'd done that.
I'm sure someone else in this room probably was here, but I have seen photos, and my recollection is that the Robertson sign was larger letters, and I believe it was script. Obviously, Joseph A. Banks, the letter style is their corporate letter style, so I'm not sure trying to replicate that historical Robertson sign with Joseph A. Banks is an appropriate tact on this one.
Well, just in terms of the number and the continuity, and, you know, I'm not suggesting the lettering should be the same, but just the general look and feel in terms of you're asking us to give feedback on both sides of the building and the lighting and all that. Just curious.
My recollection is the Robertson sign was quite large and went, it was much larger than the signage that's currently proposed. I don't believe there was signage on the west front of the building, but I don't know that for sure. Again, someone here probably knows that.
And if I could just add to that, the way that the ordinance is written, this facade is allowed a 25 square foot sign, and that's the two signs combined. So by having two signs, that square footage is limited with the sign face on the front facade. Just a comment.
I have a question about the lighting. I know the report suggested that a timer, so this isn't on a timer at this point, the lighting?
There is no illumination currently on the building. The
No,
recommendation
as
is...
proposed, I'm sorry.
The recommendation is, if the commission finds lighting to be appropriate, at the very least, some sort of regulation should be put on the lighting so that it's off after business hours.
And is that consistent with other retailers in the downtown district?
It is. There are not a lot of retailers that have illuminated signs, and when they are, they do turn off at a certain hour.
When they close business?
But in that area, there's only one other lit sign, isn't there? Isn't it just Walgreens? Is Walgreens the only lit sign in that area?
Last night, when I came to City Hall at 7, I only saw one, and that was the
Yeah.
one on the corner on Western and Deerpath.
Right, and that was kind of grandfathered, wasn't it?
Yes, that sign was installed before this current
Yeah,
sign.
right. Okay.
Aside from the time that it's lit, is there any other issues with lighting? I mean, do we know how bright it's going to be? Is there some concern that the city has?
I think those are certainly questions that the petitioner can answer. I think from a commission standpoint, looking at the lighting in terms of the character of the downtown and preserving the character that we have now would be important. So perhaps questions to the commissioner with respect to the intensity of lighting would be appropriate.
Do you know the answer to that?
Well, no, well, how it will...
I'm not sure any answer you give me will mean much, to me. That's why I was asking if there's a concern.
How bright? I know it will emit light from the rear of the sign, from the back, that's going to reflect off the wall. So it's not going to be, let's say, very loud and obnoxious coming from the face of the sign. So if anything, the way it's designed is to give a nice, clean, classy look, halo effect from the back of it. Trying to think of some good examples.
It doesn't really look that way in the section. It looks like it's a white acrylic lens with a black plastic, or actually black aluminum return. So there wouldn't be a halo from this. There would be a front lit face in what I'm looking at anyway.
Well, and here again, I'm looking at the sign type where it says reverse channel letters, halo lit.
Yeah.
This is white acrylic.
Yeah, it's just white acrylic with a black frame. So this is a face lit sign is what this is. I mean, I'm assuming. You could take a look at this. You want to see the sketch?
The detail shows it white acrylic.
Yeah, it's white, 3/16 white acrylic, be a polished plastic face with a black frame.
So we would see that illuminated as one drives in on Deerpath.
That's what I see.
Is that correct, or are we seeing two different things?
When we reviewed this petition, we actually had that exact question and made a phone call to the sign company, and we were told exactly what the petitioner has stated this evening, that it would be an opaque face and the light would shine from behind.
Well, tell you what,
I think it could be appropriate to
yeah, I
ask them to
think
look
this
at
is
that detail.
this is another mock-up opportunity for signage, and I hate to continue another petition, but I think, frankly, I like the layout of the signage. I think it's a nice restrained, kind of approach to where Joseph A. Bank, and I don't even mind the two on the two corners. But the lighting is a significant precedence for Lake Forest, and so you're going to have to show me on that one if you want lighting. I'd be happy to approve this sign as a non-lit sign today, with white, as not plastic, but as white solid letters with what I would consider not a shiny finish, but consistent with the other wood signs that are painted in town. That's a no-brainer from my point of view. The design is fine, the square footage you guys have reviewed. But the lighting, if you're going to propose a lit sign, you need to show us what that letter looks like. You need to show us how bright it is, et cetera, because that will be that'll be the first of many if we approve that.
Chairman Peretz, and I was going to wait till we had deliberation about that.
I skipped the deliberation.
Is that I was going to be opposed to any lighting at all.
There you go. Well,
this is going to be something you see as you enter that part of the business district. There isn't really any lighting that one sees as one goes down Deerpath, and that is, I think, one of the distinguishing characteristics of Deerpath Road, is that we don't have any of that. And it's rather well lit, so I think that, one, if you can see well enough to drive your car, you'll be seeing well enough to read that sign, even during business hours or closed. And I think most of the shopping that'll be done at that store will be by local people that'll know that store is there. And I think that Commissioner Preschlack will be imagining that it even says Robertson's as he goes in to get fitted for his next suit. I was also, I still have some shirts that have Robertson's on the collar, so
well, fair enough. I seem to have subverted the process, so let's hear some more comments from folks, because I appreciate that, and it may be that a continuation does us no good at all if everyone's like-minded on that.
I agree with the no lighting.
Let me just say that we're supposed to ask questions. I set it up wrong, so I'm sorry. Hang on. Yeah, let me just do it. Any other questions before I ask for public comment?
Just one quick question.
One more question.
What are the hours of operation?
They're on this page right here. 10 to 9, Monday through Saturday, and Sunday, 12 to 6.
Okay, 10 to 9. Oh, okay.
Any other questions? Opportunity for the public to comment. Please come on up and introduce yourself so everyone on TV can listen in. Thank you.
Pauline Moore, 2000 Knollwood Road. If you want to see the actual Robertson sign, it was donated to the Lake Forest Lake Bluff Historical Society. And if they've been good stewards of their artifacts, it's there. It was script, it was red, it was big. My second comment is I thought our ordinance precluded lighted signs. And I always found the Blockbusters sign objectionable, and look what happened to them.
So
bad karma.
Go forward with. You can see what happens as it gets later.
Make a comment. We had Blockbusters there previously, and it was very highly lighted. And all of a sudden, we want to change the whole thing. And I need to say that we have a lot of empty stores in Lake Forest right now with no lighting. We need to bring in new lighting businesses that can survive here. Okay?
Fair enough. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you introduce yourself for the record? Sorry, we didn't get the name on the.
I'm Don Brown. I live on 272 Sheridan Road.
Thank you, Don. Any other comments from the public? Come on up.
Ellen Wallace, 25 West Stone.
I was upset when they put the lights in the downtown and made it so much brighter, and I don't think we need any more bright lights. So I wouldn't like any lighting on the sign.
All right, thank you. I think, any other public comments? All right, now is the opportunity to deliberate,
Okay,
Kurt.
we'll go first.
Too
You
late
know,
already.
Megan asked us to look at the sign of the signage, and I think what's appropriate, because that corner is visible from both sides, from both Forest and from Deerpath, I think maybe the same size of the lettering is more appropriate to me. I noticed, I don't think any additional lighting is needed here, because when you have the white letters against that brick, it's really visible. And then on each corner, you have a city light. So even tonight when we were coming in, you could see the lights really clearly. So I don't think there's any need for any other lighting. And that's also consistent with the downtown. You don't really need the lights. We don't have the lights on that block except for Walgreens, and Walgreens, as you had stated, was grandfathered before we had the sign on the corner.
Is it not the same size? I thought they were.
They are proposed as the same. Originally, Joseph A. Banks had suggested a larger sign on the front facade along Deerpath.
But they're proposed as the same size.
They are
But
proposed
she asked
as
us
the
to look
same.
at what we thought.
Oh, I
If
see.
we wanted
Thank
the
you.
same size or different sizes, so I said,
Thank you.
both the same.
Perfect. Any other-
And the awning, to me, was acceptable, too.
Any other deliberations?
I'm in agreement with Susan in terms of her feedback.
So the color, if it wasn't lit, would be, is it necessary that it's white? Is that their corporate? For some reason, I'm thinking of this as in terms of black letters. What color is the brick on the building?
That's red.
That black on red, for some reason, I think this, I don't know why, I'm wondering, is the color, do you know what the colors they prefer are? I mean, it was white acrylic when it was going to be lit, but what do they normally have?
They would probably do the same if it's going to be non-illuminated. They'd probably keep with the same color white. Flat cutout letters then.
And white is their corporate color.
Is that what they generally put on their, really? Okay. Do you think that they should be checking with their corporate office about the color? Because we're not allowing them to, you know, we're going to be listening to everybody tonight. At least you could listen to us take care of this, because if the sign color isn't right, I'm sure we'll hear about it when we're picking peas out at the grocery store. Is it a good idea maybe to check with them? We can approve it white with the condition that if there's a different color requested, that, you know, we decide how we want to handle it.
Well, actually, Guy, now that I'm thinking about it, the question would be, even if it's white, do we want it to be white acrylic with a, with an aluminum frame like that? I mean, I'm trying to just think about how that looks. It almost looks like it should be lit if it's that kind of a sign.
Yeah.
What did we do with Koenig and Stray just recently? Was that a wood?
That was wood.
That was painted wood lettering. It's a very similar kind of size and.
Maybe they need to take this back and refigure how they want to do a non-lit sign. Don't you think?
Well, that's what we're here to talk about.
Yeah.
We can approve anything we want, or we can continue it.
Yeah, if they're gonna, if this is their corporate sign, maybe they need to bring in the exact material that they're gonna propose, a board, a board of materials that, I mean, if it's not, I understand you guys' concern.
Yeah, maybe what we should do is approve we should approve a non-illuminated sign, and we would like them to supply us with more information about how the sign is intended to be painted and what material that is, because they probably might not want to use white acrylic.
And let me just ask, if it was not a plastic sign, if it was a painted wood sign, would you be comfortable with the staff approving such a sign, or would you want to see it again?
I would probably be comfortable with that.
Okay. So I think what we're talking about is that a sign in this configuration that is white, that is painted, that is not lit, that is acceptable to the staff, and is not plastic, would be approved. If they want to do something different, we'd like to see a mock-up of that, and you have to know the difference. Is everybody okay with that?
And same size for both sides?
Same size on both sides. Green awning, okay. We good? Anybody want to make a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
All right, that motion was made by. Got it, Commissioner Atkinson, seconded by Commissioner Ransom. Do you think you got the whole motion? Good. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We passed one unanimously tonight.
I do have a quick question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
If we're going to change it to non-illuminated letters, what we'll probably come back with to propose is maybe an eighth, maybe a half-inch thick, you know, maybe painted wood that we can do their logo in. And I'm very familiar with Lake Forest. I grew up around here my whole life, so I know there's not a whole lot of lit signs around. If they wanted to light it in any way, can they use a gooseneck lighting fixture on the building, or are we trying to get away from the lighting altogether?
I think that you'd have to come back for lighting unless the staff finds it in the ordinance to support it by ordinance.
Okay.
Okay. And in terms of whether it's made out of wood or whether it's made out of another material and painted so that it looks like wood, that's the staff's call. So you might find that you do aluminum, laser cut aluminum letters that are painted that mimics the look of wood. I think the staff can make that determination. It might be a more permanent solution for you. So, all right. I think we're going to take, if it's okay with everybody, humor us for about a 3-minute break. We've been here for a while, so we're going to take advantage of that, and then we will move on with the BERA presentation. So 3 or 4 minutes, guys. Thanks.
That's the best thing actually tonight. We'll have
All right. Thanks, everyone, for the break. I don't get to use the gavel often enough. All right, our last petition here. I think this is the last petition here. Let's see if I can find my sheet. There it is. Request for an amendment to the local Lake Forest Historic District to remove Old Main at Barrack Campus from the district. Barrack Campus is addressed at 700 Wesleya Road. This request is the first step in the process of requesting approval of the demolition of the Old Main building to allow reuse of the site for educational purposes by Woodlands Academy. The applicant here is Woodlands Academy. I'm going to ask if anyone has any ex parte conflict on the commission, and I see none. So if the petitioner will make the petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Debbie Haddad. I am an attorney with Haddad Law Firm representing the contract purchaser in Woodlands Academy of the Sacred Heart. We respectfully request your approval this evening of an amendment and rescission of the historic district designation of approximately 16 acres of property pursuant to Section 51-10 of the Lake Forest City Code. We are here this evening because of the generosity of anonymous donors and their desire to donate the Barra property to the Woodlands Academy of the Sacred Heart to join the respective properties once again into a 40-acre campus for educational purposes. The acquisition of the Barra property by the contract purchaser and gift to Woodlands will only occur if the demolition of Old Main is approved. We are aware that Old Main has been a special place for many people. However, Lake Forest is a vibrant community comprised of more than its structures, as historic as they may be, and Old Main is a ghost of what it once was. The Barrett Chapel was known as the geographic and spiritual center of Barrett College. The chapel has been stripped of all artifacts, and as you're aware, the City of Lake Forest has previously approved the demolition of the Tabor Wing, which contained the chapel and, in essence, the heart of the college. We have provided the city with a current building condition report prepared by Christian Rogan Associates that documents substantial damage and deterioration to the building. Members of this commission have had the opportunity within the last few days to tour Old Main, and I'm sure you can agree, Old Main is not what it once was. A few words about the donors. The donors have chosen to remain anonymous, not to create an aura of mystery, but to keep the focus on the gift and the educational mission of the Woodlands Academy. We have an opportunity tonight to usher in a new era for the Barra property, the transformation of what is now a blighted site into a clean slate for Woodlands Academy to use for educational purposes for generations to come. My client, the contract purchaser, responded to the RFP from the bank seller for the property. The bank seller conducted an extensive national marketing campaign with marketing material designated to attract preservation bidders. However, a credible bid that would preserve Old Main did not emerge. My client was the successful bidder and is prepared to close on the acquisition of the property in December 2011, provided we receive the approvals we need for the demolition of Old Main and the support for the restoration of the zoning of the property for educational use. Fact, the purchase of the property by the current contract purchaser will provide the community of Lake Forest with the immediate certainty of the use of the property for educational purposes in perpetuity. I come before you this evening on behalf of the contract purchaser and the designated recipient of the donation. We are the ones that control the property at this precious moment in time, and we invite you to engage with us and seize the opportunity to play a role in the transformation and the return of this site for the benefit of the community into a combined 40-acre campus for the Woodlands Academy. The Historic District. The 16-acre parcel, which is the subject of this petition, falls within the Lake Forest Historic District as depicted. The Barra property containing Old Main is approximately 23 acres and is adjacent to the Woodlands Academy of the Sacred Heart. Approximately 11.9 acres of the Barra property is located within the historic district. The remaining part of the appendage that falls within the historic district is approximately 4.2 acres of property along the southwestern boundary of the Woodlands Academy campus. The district that contains the property was designated part of the historic district more than 2 years prior to the filing of this petition for the amendment and rescission of the district designation. The petition has been filed by the same persons authorized to submit nominations pursuant to Section 51-9A of the Lake Forest City Code, as the owners of record of the property have filed the petition. Most importantly, this request is supported by findings that the designated district no longer, and I emphasize, no longer meets the criteria for designation in Section 51-8 of the Lake Forest City Code. What is the criteria for historic district designation? All historic districts that contain contiguous properties, structures, areas, or objects of significance must satisfy the following criteria. At least 50% of the properties, structures, areas, or objects of significance in the historic district must satisfy at least one of the criteria for landmark designation set forth in Section 5-18A. What is the criteria for landmark designation? The first, its exemplification of an architectural type, style, or design distinguished by innovation, rarity, uniqueness, or overall quality of design, details, materials, or craftsmanship. It is our understanding that the frugality of the Sacred Heart nuns caused them to use the design as the basis for plans for schools in 3 other locations in the country: Omaha, Nebraska, Seattle, Washington, and Atherton, California. Old Main has been described frequently by historians as typical of the colonial revival style architecture of the period. So this was a derivative design in 2 ways. It was imitative of a historic style, and it was reused in other locations. As such, it would not appear to be innovative, rare, or unique. The chapel in the Tabor wing was distinguished for detailed craftsmanship on a religious theme. But, as you know, the chapel has been stripped of its artifacts and approved for demolition. And the photo that's shown shows the current appearance of the chapel today. What is another criteria for landmark designation? Number 2, its identification as the work of an architect, designer, engineer, or builder whose individual work is significant in the history or development of the city of Lake Forest, the state of Illinois, the Midwest region, or the United States. Inasmuch as the plans were used in 4 different locations, the design cannot be said to be limited to Lake Forest, Illinois, or the Midwest. Old Main is not the only example of the work of James Egan of the architectural firm of Egan and Prindwell. Number 3, its exemplification of important planning and urban design techniques distinguished by innovation, rarity, uniqueness, or overall quality of design or detail. There was not rarity or uniqueness of the design or detail, as the plan, as mentioned before, was derivative of historical styles and was used in other locations. The only planning and design technique was to site the building at the top of a hill with a front lawn for visibility. Number 4, its representation of a historic, cultural, architectural, archaeological, or related theme expressed through distinctive areas, properties, structures, sites, or objects that may or may not be contiguous. There are no other buildings of similar design on contiguous property. There may well be examples of similar design within the city of Lake Forest. However, there has not been a suggestion that this building was part of a historic, cultural, architectural, archaeological, or related theme, except for any accidental similarity to other buildings of the era that were imitating the same historic style. Number 5, its unique location or distinctive physical appearance or presence representing an established and familiar visual feature of a neighborhood community of the city of Lake Forest. Today, unfortunately, the distinctive physical appearance and presence is that of an eyesore, as Old Main has been vacant for many years and deteriorated substantially because of deferred maintenance by prior owners, vandalism, and the lack of heat or other utilities dating back to partial demolition done in preparation for a development that did not occur. In short, the building is not what it once was. Its exemplification of a pattern of neighborhood development or settlement significant to the cultural history or traditions of the city of Lake Forest, whose components may lack individual distinction. Old Main is not part of the original 1857 plat area of Lake Forest. Old Main stands alone and is not part of a pattern of neighborhood development and has been unoccupied for 6 years. And continuous maintenance of any kind ceased over a decade or more ago. Over that period, whatever significance the building had diminished in direct proportion to the deterioration of the interior and exterior of the building. To the extent Old Main is representative of the Catholic tradition in Lake Forest, that tradition will be best served by allowing the Order of Sacred Heart to continue their educational mission. Number 7, its identification with a person or persons who significantly contributed to the historical, cultural, architectural, archaeological, or related aspect of the development of the city of Lake Forest, state of Illinois, Midwest region of the United States. The religious of the Sacred Heart purchased the property and built the building. As a group, they certainly had an impact on the students who attended the school over the years, just as they will continue to do so at Woodlands Academy of the Sacred Heart. It is the same group of Sacred Heart educators who now seek to reuse the site so that education in the rich tradition of Sacred Heart educators may continue on this property. Number 8, its association with important cultural or social aspects or events in the history of the city of Lake Forest, the state of Illinois, the Midwest region of the United States. Any relationship between this building and important cultural or social aspects or events in history are only coincidental in that it was in existence and not that it played a role of any kind in history other than to educate its students, and the best way to honor that is to continue its educational use. Number 9, its location as a site of important archaeological or natural significance. It is not. Its location as a site of significant historic or prehistoric event or activity. It is not. The historic district must be geographically definable and reasonably compact in geographic size. The entire property was most likely included in the district not because it was reasonably compact in geographic size, but to capture Old Main within the district. The bulk of the district comprises the area of the 1857 plat, but the district boundaries were subsequently awkwardly stretched to reach out to capture the site. It is an appendage to the historic district that now sticks out like a sore thumb. The historic district must satisfy at least one of the following 5 criteria. The properties, structures, areas, or objects of significance in the historic district taken together shall convey or represent one or more architectural, cultural, economic, historic, social, or other aspects particular to the heritage of the city, county, state, or country. The true heritage to the community was the use of the property and Old Main for educational purposes by the Order of the Sacred Heart, not the property and the structures. The continued educational use thereof will only occur if the property is removed from the historic district and reuse of the site is permitted. Number 2, the properties, structures, areas, or objects of significance in the historic district shall exhibit consistency or similarity of use, design, size, scale, style, orientation, materials, detailing, facade design, ornamentation, color, lighting, technology, or other storefronts. The property will not exhibit consistency and similarity of use unless it is removed from the historic district, as such removal will facilitate integration with the educational use of the neighboring Woodlands Academy. Right now, the surviving building is out of scale with the residential neighborhood and the surviving portion of the educational use. Number 3, the properties, structures, areas, or objects of significance in the historic district must have been built, used, or have been significant during the same specified time period. They were not, other than the invaluable significance to the students who received their education from the school. Number 4, the properties, structures, areas, or objects of significance in the historic district must create, define, enhance, and I emphasize enhance, the character of the area for which historic district designation is appropriate. The property and Old Main no longer create, define, or enhance the character of the area for which the historic district designation is appropriate. Rather, the character of the area will be enhanced through the removal from the historic district, demolition of Old Main, and the continued use of the property for educational purposes. Number 5, the properties, structures, areas, or objects of significance in the historic district must be largely intact, particularly with respect to those qualities for which designation as a historic district is sought. Old Main is no longer largely intact, as a result of demolitions and the substantial deterioration of the interior and the exterior
Can I
of
ask
the building.
you how much more you have for us?
2 minutes.
Thank you.
Less than that.
Please.
All historic districts that contain non-contiguous properties must satisfy other criteria. Those aspects are not applicable as this is not a non-contiguous historic district. Finally, any area, property, structure, site, or object that meets any one or more of the criteria in section 51-8A shall also have sufficient integrity of location, design, materials, and workmanship to make it worthy of preservation or restoration. For the reasons previously stated, the property in Old Main no longer have sufficient integrity of design, materials, or workmanship to make it worthy of preservation or restoration. I now would ask for your indulgence for Ralph Elwart, member of the Board of Trustees of Woodlands Academy, to make a few remarks.
Sure. Thank you.
And I promise you it'll be less than 2 minutes. My name is Ralph Elwart, and I live in the 2nd Ward at 748 Waveland Road. I'm also on the Board of Trustees of Woodlands Academy of the Sacred Heart. Needless to say, we were surprised to learn that anonymous donors were willing to purchase and donate to our school college campus, 23 acres with which we can meet the future needs of Woodlands Academy. This gift means more to us and to our school than I can tell you. It gives us options, and in the end, that is what life is really all about, options. But it comes with a price. Under the specific terms of the gift, the old main building, which we built as our original home, when we were known as the Academy of the Sacred Heart, and when there was a train stop called Sacred Heart, before there even was a Barrett College, will have to be demolished. When the religious of the Sacred Heart purchased this property in 1901, their purpose was to educate. Does anyone here really believe that those visionary nuns would prefer that today we would choose to revere the building they built instead of continuing their mission of educating? In the end, there's a balance of interests. On the one hand, you can recommend that our application be approved and support our position that the entire property remain as Sacred Heart property for us to plan our future and to continue to educate. On the other hand, you can recommend that our application be denied and signal your preference that the building remain on the land, which will eventually be sold to a commercial or residential developer, with the hope that finances will guarantee that rehabilitation of the building will occur, and which will have an entirely different impact on the city of Lake Forest. To put it bluntly, you have to decide whether to tell Woodlands Academy that it cannot have this gift, because you feel it is more important and in the best interest of the community to keep alive the hope that Old Main may one day be rehabilitated. As one of the oldest institutions in Lake Forest, we hope and pray that we can extend our mission and our viability far into the future. Please give us that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so thanks for indulging a little more time in the petitioner. This is an unusual petition. It's been brought to us as a recommending body to the City Council. Our action here tonight is to give a recommendation to the City Council, and they get to make the decision on this particular request. We have criteria that is specific. It does not include economic criteria. We're going to skip for the moment the staff report on this and go right to public testimony. I know you guys are anxious to get your comments out, and I'm anxious to hear them, and I'm thinking that there's probably a group of aldermen that are also anxious to hear them too. So if we could figure out how to do it orderly, why don't we just start and come on up and introduce yourself, and we're going to go right to public comments on this one. If anyone wants to go ahead, please. Thank you.
My name is Sandy Gannon. I live at 650 Northmore Road. And I think we should keep in mind tonight that we're not considering whether Old Main should be raised, but whether it should be removed from the historic district. That's the first question that needs to be resolved. The Harris Bank and anonymous individuals are pressing the city to involve two commissions and the City Council to make an unprecedented amendment to our historic preservation ordinance, to remove Old Main from the historic district in order to more easily obtain permission to have the building raised to meet their economic needs. The city should not consider any request by anonymous individuals, period. I can't make a comment before any commission without giving my name and address. This shouldn't go forward for that reason alone. But the City Council has directed you to consider this, so here we are. Removing this building from the historic district guts the intent of our preservation ordinance. It would set a terrible precedent, a very slippery slope, by encouraging people to cherry pick specific properties within historic districts and have them removed for their individual needs in the future. We don't want to get there. This could create real problems ahead of us. The historic district map was distorted clearly to include Old Main. Must have been some good reasons for that. Let's not forget them. That wasn't done arbitrarily, but clearly conditions, situation have changed drastically. Old Main isn't what it was just 5 years ago. I was going to suggest that the first step would be to get a firm like Wist, Janey, Elsner to evaluate that structure. They had done it when Bob Shaw was doing a development. They would have some baseline information. But as I read the packet tonight, I see that's already been taken care of. An engineering firm, architectural firm has made that evaluation. So you have the information you need. You as a commission deal with requests for demolition, for the changes that have come about to a structure, its site, the usage. You do that all the time. You may not wish that you had volunteered all the time when you get some of these problems, but you're here to make those distinctions that aren't covered by the written ordinances. I see no reason to remove this from your initial jurisdiction. It's right up your alley. It's what we made all these preservation ordinances for. Nothing's changed in that. Economic imperative does not change that. As a community, we have values that we give way to beyond the economics of these situations. That should not be forgotten. And if you would choose not to allow this amendment to go through, the City Council always has the option to override it. Yours is just an advisory commission. That happened in the first Barrett go-around. Historic preservation did not allow the demolition, overridden by the City Council. It's still an option, but we shouldn't be driven by the economic needs of an individual and cherry-picking sites from historic districts. Terrible precedent. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Please come on up and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman. Are you able to hear? Are we able to hear with this mic in this position? Thank you. Good evening, Chairman, members of the Commission, and City staff. I'm Suzanne Boren, and I'm representing the board of the Lake Forest Preservation Foundation as their president. And you have our board's written position and also a supporting addendum. But I'll just quickly cover our position on the anonymous donor's offer to purchase the Barra property and donate it to the Woodlands Academy. The donation might permanently secure the Barra property for educational purposes and might settle the fate of this long endangered property. The petition before the Historic Preservation Commission to rescind the Barra property from the Lake Forest Historic District challenges the future of historic preservation in Lake Forest. The petition seeks to avoid the due process prescribed by the Lake Forest Historic Preservation Ordinance by requesting the city to provide delisting in order to obtain a permit to demolish Old Main and clear the property. Due process requires the Historic Preservation Commission to first consider the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness for the petitioner's request to rescind in order to demolish. If the commission denies that request, the petitioner can then enter the appropriate process of requesting approval of a certificate of economic hardship as prescribed by the ordinance. To rescind a property from the local historic district as a means to move directly to permit a specific historic building to be demolished or land to be cleared violates the requirement of the ordinance, section 5111A3, which requires proof the property no longer meets any of the criteria for inclusion. The inclusion of the Barra property in the Lake Forest Historic District remains valid, and it continues to meet criterias 1, 2, 5, 7, and 8 of section 51.5A. And you have an addendum in your possession on that. We just strongly urge the city to enforce the conditions of the Historic Preservation Ordinance. The appropriate process, as defined by the Lake Forest Historic Preservation Ordinance, is the Certificate of Appropriateness and Certificate of Economic Hardship route. As a certified local government with 4 national registered historic districts and a local historic district with more than 30 local landmarks, the City of Lake Forest has a legal obligation to enforce its law to protect the future resources of this community. And we appreciate your consideration of these comments and suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thanks for not reading all of the ordinance provisions. Next public comment, please. Introduce yourself.
Yes, Mark Kendall. I'm Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees at Woodlands. And for the record, I just, on behalf of the 21 members of the board, we did vote unanimously to accept the terms of the gift. And I just wanted that to be noted in the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please. Thank you.
I'm Donald Brown, and I live at 272 South Sheraton Road. My wife and I do. 5 years ago, we bought the property, which is last of the Manfield estate. There was an old log cabin there, if you know that. We made a deal with the Preservation Society to renew that, which cost us 6 figures to do it, but we did it, and we have this 1936 wood cabin there, and we built a home there, and we love it. But we are now the people that are visitors of Woodlands Academy behind us and Old Barra College next to us. So I'm kind of the trustee, I guess, of homeowners, but I'm one homeowner. But I totally agree with, and I've met with the group at Woodlands. I totally agree with what they're trying to do. I think it's totally right that this building on this property is non-productive for the future. The previous things that happened there would have been great. We got caught in the wrong economic situation. It's now non-viable. This building, 18 whatever, would cost multi-millions of dollars to reconstruct it to do anything, if it ever was to do anything, and I don't think it will. Being in business for 35 years, knowing that this property is zero. There's nothing we can do with that property in the future, even if you reconstructed it. So we need to tear it down and deal with the reality of allowing Woodlands Academy to expand and make that a nice property for all of us and all our people in the residents of the community, and restore the property values that we're now losing with that bad property in that location. So I speak up for the residents of that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Do we have any other public comment? Come on up, introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Leslie Stevens. I'm a resident of Lake Forest at 142 South Stonegate. I'm not sure exactly where the miscommunication occurred, but I represent Spectrum Properties, was one of the 8 bidders for the Barrett property. And within our bid, we were going to restore Old Main. Our proposition included the entire property or the portion of the property. We have taken the time to go see Woodlands to address our proposal. And what we were proposing was a retirement community within Old Main. And we would spend the multitudes of millions that it would cost to restore the building. Our thoughts are, I appreciate Woodlands. I bless you for the donation that you have. My comment would be, there's always a compromise. There's some way to make this situation work. And our suggestion was, we would restore Old Main, make it a retirement community, but open up. The old chapel would become a dining hall, a banquet facility, that not only the retirement community could enjoy, but so could the community, so could Woodlands. We would develop an athletic facility where it would include an indoor swimming pool. I know that's one area that Woodlands is lacking, is the facilities for a swim team. And that would be open for the Woodlands community as well. So I know this is a very emotional discussion. I'm just offering an option. There was a 30-page business proposal that was developed, was given to Harris Bank, was given to some of the other preservation members to review and to look at. We did fly in our engineers to evaluate the Barrett property. We spent a long time evaluating the situation, and we feel that it is possible to do this. We've been in business for over 20 years. We've developed over 16 properties. Harris Bank has been involved with us on at least 10 of them. So we do this for a business. I open anybody to come talk to me about this. We did put up a website. You're more than welcome. It's Barrett College Restoration or Redevelopment. Please look at it. You can evaluate it and consider it as an option. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you.
Michelle Burgess, 1271 North Green Bay Road in Lake Forest. I also would like to make a similar comment that I am aware of 2 local builders in the Chicago area who would be very happy to redo Old Main, believe it is possible, and would like to work in collaboration with Woodlands or with anyone else who owns the property to develop Old Main into condos for the community and to be able to recondition the chapel into some other adaptive reuse that would also restore that area of the building, as well as the front yard. And perhaps even something could be done with open lands in this type of a deal. I think collaboration on this, looking for new ideas and new ways of approaching it, and now that the economic downturn has pretty much maybe leveled off and things may improve, I think this is a good time to hopefully see some new ideas come forward. I don't think we should just jump to the first thing, especially when it requires tearing down our greatest historic treasure, or one of them in the town, probably one of the top 3 of the top significant buildings in Lake Forest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Any other public comment?
Good evening. Louis Atsavis. I live at 745 Northmore, a block away from one of the prior speakers. I've lived behind this property for a little over 25 years now. I've driven past it every single day going to and from work. I have been watching this thing with a great deal of interest because as a property owner living directly behind the property, we were rarely consulted about the future of that property. When DePaul University stepped in and bought the property years ago, nobody asked us. It went ahead. At that point, I thought, okay, great. The property will show a revival. The school will show a revival. It didn't. Things got worse. Old Main would deteriorate in front of my eyes every day when I would drive back and forth. When the college finally closed, eventually there was a plan for a huge subdivision. taking an educational structure and turning it into condominiums, to me, didn't show much respect to the building at the time. It didn't show respect to the property. It didn't really show respect to the property owners that lived directly behind Old Main all these years. So we were faced with a potential of tons of additional traffic, tons of additional use. We could hear the construction going on. We could hear the demolition going on. Then suddenly, again, with the roller coaster ride, everything comes to a screeching halt. And now we're with the third proposal. I've seen Old Main over the years deteriorate. It hasn't been a pretty picture. I've seen the buildings around Old Main be taken down, and quite frankly, Old Main now looks naked without those structures. I've seen the boarded up windows. I've seen the chain link fencing that has been around there forever. I've seen the half-hearted efforts at least mowing the lawn that has occurred. And quite frankly, we're faced with a couple of options here now. If we want to keep Old Main, we're going to lose what I eventually moved into in this neighborhood, an educational facility or property that would be educational in nature. Now, throughout this entire process, Woodlands Academy has been there. They have been the quietest neighbors I've ever confronted. They've never been a problem. They've never created a noisy situation. They've never come out of their way to ask for anything outrageous. They have been, in turn, good neighbors to us. And I believe strongly that should they be allowed to purchase this property with these conditions, that Woodland Academy would continue to be good neighbors. I believe in all my heart, after watching this for a quarter of a century, that Woodlands Academy would take care to see to it that that property remain open, that the property would remain put to its best use as an educational facility. And it breaks my heart to say this because I used to enjoy taking that turn on Sheridan Road and driving past Old Main. But with the last few years, I haven't enjoyed it. The last few years have been pretty brutal, and it's only going to get worse. If you don't let Woodlands Academy purchase this property with this condition, I can see a white elephant getting worse. I could see a white elephant continue to deteriorate in front of my eyes. And quite frankly, that's not good for the community. That's not good for any of us. It's certainly not good for the immediate neighborhood that I live in. It's not good for my property values. It's time to let it go. And I would strongly urge this commission tonight to cast your recommendation for the demolition of Old Main and allow Woodlands Academy to purchase the property and continue their long-standing education of students in the area. They've been wonderful neighbors, and there's no reason at this point in time why we should put them through this type of an emotional wringer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Come on.
Good evening. My name is Ivan Kane, and I represent LaSalle 115 LLC, which you may know is the title holding entity for the bank seller. And I wanted to comment because there have been some remarks made about the marketing of the property and what bids may have emerged. And I'm sure the parties speaking are speaking with good intentions, but they may not have had a command of the facts. So I want to share a little bit about how the property was marketed and respond to remarks about the emergence or not of preservation users. First of all, we put together a marketing package that really emphasized and encouraged preservation of the property. We included extensive information about historic tax credits, local incentives that might be available. We hired an architect who prepared test fit plans for alternative uses. We also showed the Mr. Shaw's plans, which don't forget that we were a supporter of that plan. We financed that plan. So it was always our desire that it be successful, and unfortunately it wasn't. So as part of the marketing program, we also tried to target users who had experience in adaptive reuse and renovation, as well as the broader market. We directly contacted over 3,200 prospects by direct mail or direct email. We had a broad national marketing program, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Urban Land Institute publications. You may have seen ads in Cranes locally. Our marketing material divided, or at least indicated the potential to divide the property into two parts. One would be Old Main, a preservation opportunity, and the other would be additional land, or it would allow a combination of all of the above. The hope was that there might be preservation buyers with particular expertise, experience with tax credits and whatnot, that might want to focus on Old Main. We're trying to solicit any combination of bids. At the end of the day, about 100 persons contacted us with some level of interest. About 20 of those toured the property, and actually we got 11 written offers. Unfortunately, there were no credible offers that presented an economically viable approach to the adaptive reuse of Old Main. In general, purchasers were willing either to pay a token sum for Old Main or needed to subsidize adaptive use of Old Main at the expense of the balance of the property. Now, unfortunately, the bid that was mentioned this evening fell into that category. I should tell you that we were rooting for the success of that bid. We knew of the family and knew of the business, and they're a good family and a good business. Unfortunately, they didn't come close to making the short list. First of all, their net price was less than half of the upper tier of the offers. In addition, they had contingencies for zoning. They looked for a waiver of inclusionary housing fees. They also had contingencies for federal approvals regarding the tax credits and whatnot. So aside from the price, which unfortunately wasn't close, there are also a time element and contingencies. And frankly, there were questions about certainty of execution. They have a very successful business and experience in developing, but all of their experience is in Texas. The costs that they were showing for renovation were substantially lower than most other groups that made bids that at least contemplated demolition. So one wondered if even the economics of their bid, which were very low, would survive. So really, unfortunately, they were never in the running, I'm afraid, really on any criteria. And I'm afraid that was the pattern we saw with preservation bids. I'll tell you that we had some six-figure offers, and I mean low six-figure offers. So it's not what we wanted, but we do have a responsible bidder here tonight that is bringing forward a plan that can reunite the property with its historic educational use. So I hope that you'll give consideration to those facts, and I know that it's a tough deliberation for you, but we'll appreciate your careful consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Arthur Miller, 169 Wildwood Road, and I'm here to support the statements that were made by President Bourne of the Lake Forest Preservation Foundation. There are criteria to be met, but as important as those are in the discussion, it is the precedent of doing something outside of our regular pattern of doing things that's a concern. I'm not quite sure that I even understand if you removed it from this district, it would still be in the city of Lake Forest, which has other ways of handling things through a building review board, which has its own processes to follow. So, I mean, we aren't disappearing this building Argentina style. We're just moving it from one kind of purview to another if you were to follow that unprecedented, and for our group, we wouldn't encourage you to do that anyway. But I'm not sure that that streamlines it the way that this particular request seems to be very much driven toward. I don't understand why these terms are dictated on such a short time frame. I mean, we have a process. The people who own the property know the process just as much as the people who have three small buildings on a lot that they're trying to build a house around, or they're trying to figure out what to do about a driveway. This is the same kind of discussion. And I think removing this from this group to another group, it isn't a question of Old Main, it's a question of what's going to happen to Lake Forest. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Sorry, Rami, next. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Neva Ganon, 650 Northmore. Like Louis at Saves, I've lived behind Old Main for 25 years. But that's not the issue. The issue that's before you tonight is deciding what to do about the Historic Preservation District. And all these other issues will come later, like the issue of the telecommunications zoning in the Barra property, and if Barra is raised, where do the contracts for those telecommunications services go? That shouldn't be brought up here tonight. You need to concentrate on the issue at hand, and the rest of it will all fall out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Rami Lopez. I live at 410 Woodland Road. My husband and I own a contributing property to the East Lake Forest Historic District. And had we known that the city staff might have been receptive to our petition to remove our house from the historic district and then demolish it, we would most certainly have thought seriously about that idea before investing a 7-figure sum in it over and above the purchase price. We did not pursue demolition because we played by Lake Forest's rules. We knew our home was in a historic district, and we did our best to make it a better, more historic building and a better community by investing the needed money in it. And I assure you that our house is not rare, unique, or innovative. It is a mutt. To us, there is no difference here between Barra College and Old Main and that of countless other property owners, commercial and industrial, in Lake Forest historic districts. By this decision, I think the HBC will tell us if there are two sets of rules. You will be sending a very important message to our community. The staff report saying that Lake Forest should simply gerrymander the building out of the district leads to absurdity. If this passes, Broadacre will likely ask you for an exemption when Market Square needs expansion and remodeling, and you will have to erase another peninsula from the historic district. It is only connected by a thread as well. I should say that I speak with some experience. We are owners of a historic commercial property and are quite used to negotiating with neighbors, with municipalities, and banks. Other cities have done their utmost to preserve historic buildings. Look at New York City and the pressures that is upon Manhattan. Sometimes that pressure comes to better compromises, as was suggested tonight, and you may find a happy result if you stand your ground. What I'm afraid of is that the pressure from this donor is leading you to very quick decisions. Tonight, 580 Broadmoor seemed to take a couple of years and many, many meetings and on 3 little buildings. So take your time, stand firm. We've seen some, well, I would call them disasters when the city has been pressured by donors. We saw David Adler's fantastic brick chicken coop at Ellowa be torn down very quickly, and we saw we saw the staff not tell, the one staff not tell the other staff that Forest Park was a contributing property in the historic district, and it's led to a lot of contention in this community, unneeded contention. I hope you will stand firm that the district stays intact. You stay pure to your cause. Like it was said, this is not an economic decision for you. This is a historic preservation consideration for you. I quote from the staff report, "Staff understands that if Old Main remains on the site, the property cannot be accepted by Woodlands Academy, and the bank, the current owner, will pursue other buyers." Well, to be blunt, from the HPC's point of view, what is the problem with that? We love Woodlands, we love the Order of the Sacred Heart, but we also love historic preservation. Stay true. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? One more? A rebuttal, I suspect.
Well, I just want to say one thing. One is the bid that we made was in the high 7 figures, and we were approached 3 other times to increase our bid to match the donor's bid. So I want facts to be facts, and our numbers for restoration were similar to 2 other individuals that were asked what they felt would be needed to restore Old Main. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on this. Again, I just want facts to be facts. We're all here for the same purpose. Our purpose is just to make Lake Forest the best it can be and keep it the way we all intended when we moved into this area. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pauline Moore, 2000 Knollwood Road. I'm forgetting what I was going to say. Because everyone has, or most of the comments have focused on Old Main, but that isn't what we're talking about tonight. You've been asked to delist or rescind a part of the historic district, and that's going to be a momentous decision. It will change things down the road, should you agree to that. Historic districts are generally compact, but not always. And they, those advocating the delisting have said this is a little arm that reaches out and that makes it invalid. Well, I would like you to look at one of our major historic districts, which is the North Green Bay Road district. Look at a map. Look at the way that snakes around. There are reasons for doing that have to do with history, sometimes with architecture, not always just with the architecture, but that really is not a valid reason for delisting. So consider, very seriously. I know you will. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Susan Benjamin. I live at 711 Marion in Highland Park, but I've had a lot of experience learning about Lake Forest history and preservation and appearing before you. I also taught a course at Barrett College in preservation. Several years ago, Sister Patsy, the last remaining nun, was interviewed by my students. My students were not 20-year-olds, they were 40-year-olds, 40 to 50. They were returning students with a real commitment to an interest in preservation. They decided, rather than have a final exam, that they would like to do a study of Barrett College. They looked into the history and the architecture. They wrote A papers. At the end, they gave their presentations by choice to alumni. There were some 50 alumni sitting in the room who heard their history, and they received applause. They did very well. You have a tough job, I know, because I have served on our Preservation Commission. I was the first chairman in Highland Park, and a lot of information was given you tonight on the history and the architecture. I have files on the history and the architecture based on, you know, what my students have done. I'd like to share those with you because I think they did a really fine job for you to look at and evaluate and think about when you make these tough decisions. And that is what I offer you tonight. It's a tough one, and if I can help you with information to come to a decision that you feel comfortable with, I'd like to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Other public comments? I see one more at least.
Charlie Wimmer, Barrett College, class of 1990. I was 16 years old, and through a lucky application, I got accepted early, very young at Barrett College, and my entire life turned around. I went from straight D's to a high B average. I had a semester's worth of college credit before high school graduation because of the school. Every time I went there, no matter how miserable or stressful life was, the absolute beauty of the building and every inch of it restored my faith in myself as I went on to graduate and move on to life. I speak unresearched because this situation just came to me. I am not ready to give intelligent, studied rebuttals to the people here, but with the stone balconies and the woodwork and the absolute beauty of the building, every day I felt enriched by its presence. Like many people have mentioned here tonight, we're saddened by the way it looks now. But it's way too early to give up hope for a building that has given my spirit, and I probably speak for a whole bunch of alum that aren't here, an immeasurable boost. This current proposal doesn't smell very good, and I recommend you take your time and pay attention to what everyone's had to say here, and don't run into hasty decisions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public testimony?
Hi, I'm Cynthia Maloney. I live at 445 East Deerpath. I've remodeled several homes in Lake Forest and have come before this commission to ask for variances or favors or consideration on several issues in the past. And I will say that you guys have been nothing if not consistent. You are our gatekeepers. You're charged with protecting our environment. Those of us who love and appreciate the environment of Lake Forest know that it's not going to change. It's not going to become a Hinsdale. It's not going to become a Glencoe. It's not going to become any of those other communities where the properties weren't respected, where even someone's driveway, you know, in the backyard where no one sees it is given consideration by this commission. Here is an enormous, iconic building that stands at the very entrance of our town and is unique. I mean, I believe it meets many criteria for inclusion as a historic landmark and protection as a landmark. Tonight you wisely counseled several other petitioners to compromise, to seek a solution that respects the rights of all the stakeholders, and I would like you to please do that again. Just keep doing what you're doing, protecting our properties. I know it's difficult, but we appreciate your work. Please don't give up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? And I see no other public comment, so thank you for that input. Appreciate it. Appreciate everybody coming out tonight. Kathy, you have a staff report. I don't know if you want to give that now. I think that'd be a good idea. Why don't we do that?
There's no question. This is a very tough matter that is before you, and it certainly is a matter. this certainly is a matter that has not come hastily to the commission. For over 10 years, the city has struggled with what to do with this property. When Barra College first began having problems, we thought then we were going to have to deal with this. DePaul ended up stepping in, and the community, the city council, thought that that was the long-term answer for that property. We know that DePaul put in approximately $16 million into that building in just the couple years that they were there. That $16 million went into the basement, went into mechanicals, went into a few life safety improvements that got up no higher than the first floor. DePaul, for various reasons, for their own business reasons, decided to leave the campus. And from that time on, the city council has struggled and has focused on finding a long-term, a sustainable solution for this property. Former Mayor Preschlack appointed a the Barra Community Planning Team. There's some background in your staff report about that, but that community planning team established priorities. What was most important to the city about that property? Old Main was on that list. The reuse of the library was on that list. First and foremost was a preference for reuse of this site for educational use. Preservation of the front lawn was on that list. Protection of the ravine. When Mr. Shaw came forward with the Barra Woods project, this commission spent about 2 years studying that proposal. Many compromises were met. That project did not meet all of the priorities established by the City Council for this property. It really stretched the priority of a use on that campus that would be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. As a compromise in an effort to allow the preservation of Old Main, the City Council went to extraordinary lengths. They approved a density of up to 120 units on that property. Certainly a density that would change the character of that property, that would change the character of those surrounding neighborhoods. And in addition, the City Council overturned the decision of this body and approved the demolition of the Tabor Wing. Both of those were huge compromises on the part of the City Council, all in an effort to preserve Old Main. That project didn't move forward, although the demolition of the other buildings on campus moved forward. The Barra Woods project did not move forward. So just to provide a little bit of that background, to emphasize that this is not a hasty decision that this community is coming from. When Harris Bank took over the property, they reached out to city staff. They reached out to the City Council, sat down, and as Mr. Kane described, their marketing strategy was based on the fact that what they heard from city staff and what they heard from the City Council was that preservation of Old Main is key. Efforts to preserve Old Main have been ongoing for 10 years. When the City Council heard the announcement of Woodlands, certainly there was concern about the demolition of Old Main, and certainly there was concern about whether the request was truly transparent and whether the entire 23 acres would, for the long term, become part of Woodlands campus. But in understanding and hearing directly from representatives of Woodlands, the City Council felt that it was important for the community to very carefully consider this opportunity. Recognizing that as part of this opportunity, Old Main needs to come down, the Council also recognized that some of those other priorities identified 8-10 years ago would be met with this proposal, not unlike with the Barra Woods proposal, which was a compromise. Some of the priorities were met, others were not. This proposal does meet the priority of preserving the front lawn, protecting the ravine, assuring that the historic character of that property, an educational use, is preserved and protected, assuring that the surrounding neighborhoods will not be impacted by a significant density. Some of the recent proposals we've heard have been over 120 units on that property, which would generate some magnitude of traffic and certainly would impact the natural character of the site. So just that background to reemphasize that this community is not rushing to judgment on this petition. A few comments on process. The City Council knew that this was a very unusual, a one-of-a-kind situation for the community to consider. They recognized that this property was very unique, that its age, its size, its history of study in the community was something that didn't compare to anything else. The Council considered at a meeting earlier this month how this request should be processed. The Council considered whether they should just tell Woodlands up front, we're not interested. Old Main staying up, not interested, tell the donors to go away. The Council didn't feel that that was the right approach. The Council considered whether they should encourage Woodlands to submit a petition for demolition and allow that petition to be considered by the Commission. The Commission, based on the ordinance, makes the final decision with a request of that type. A decision of the Commission can be appealed to the City Council, which would likely happen. Following that, there could be another petition submitted to the Commission for consideration of economic hardship. That could also be appealed to the City Council. The City Council recognized that the Commission spent 2 years doing that very thing, going through that very process as part of the Barrow Woods proposal. The decision on both the request for demolition and the request for an economic hardship from the Commission, the decisions in both cases was a denial. So the Council, in wanting to look at processing this petition in a way that really recognized the uniqueness of this site and really recognized that we don't want consideration of this petition to diminish the community's commitment to preservation or the integrity of the historic preservation ordinance. For that reason, the City Council directed that consideration of this matter be done through a request to remove this portion of Barra campus, which encompasses Old Main, from the historic district. For establishment of districts, for new designations, or for amendments to the district, or for de-designations, the City Council is the final decision maker. The historic preservation's purview is narrow in comparison to the City Council. You are the stewards of preservation. You must look at the criteria in the code and apply those very narrowly, as certainly you've done all night tonight. The City Council, on the other hand, and the staff really is charged with looking much more broadly at issues. Looking at issues from a compatibility standpoint, and a planning standpoint, from an economic standpoint, from a political standpoint, from a sustainability standpoint. And the recommendation you have in your staff report does support amendment of the district, removal of Old Main, based on that broader view. Also at your places, in recognition that the Commission's purview is narrower than that, and in fact you are the stewards of historic resources within the community, you also at your places have findings in support of denying this request. One final section of comments that I want to make is it may be the best approach, and it may be most appropriate for the Commission to deny this request, but whether you see fit to approve it or deny it, I would encourage you in either event to consider, along with sending your recommendation to approve or deny to the City Council, also to send suggestions for conditions of approval. Even in the event if you recommend denial, don't leave the opportunity to perhaps shape this if the council chooses to go forward. Don't leave that opportunity unmet. You do have a series of conditions in your staff report. I won't read them, but just from memory, I will try and hit some of those. Those conditions recommend that a conservation be placed on the open lawn, the front lawn of this property, to assure that it remains forever open, properly taken care of in perpetuity. A conservation easement, for instance, held by Lake Forest Open Lands, our local conservation group, would be similar to other situations throughout the community. A conservation on the ravine, a maintenance plan for the ravine to assure that the ravine is restored and maintained on an ongoing basis could be a trade-off that the community gets if this property goes to Woodlands. Completion of an American building survey so that this building is properly documented. I think you've heard tonight that there's a tremendous amount of information on this property. There's been a lot of study done. Woodlands can probably draw on those resources and put together a very thorough American building survey that could be stored in the archives of both Woodlands Academy and Lake Forest College. Importantly, a recommendation that if the council chooses to support amendment of the historic district, a recommendation that no ordinance affecting that change goes into effect until there's appropriate legal documentation in place, appropriate approvals in place, so that there is surety that this property will in fact be in the ownership of Woodlands Academy, that the property will in fact be incorporated as part of Woodlands campus through an amendment to the special use permit for Woodlands campus. We have done those kind of if this happens, then that happens procedures before with other developments. So it is very doable to not allow an ordinance to go into effect until everything that's been represented with respect to this gift does in fact take place. There are other conditions that are there. I've lost my train of thought, so I won't try and look those up. But my point is that whether you vote to support or deny, I would encourage you to take the opportunity to provide some further guidance to the City Council on how this all might unfold. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Hour is late, so I'm going to ask if there's any questions for the staff from the commissioners first, and then we can deliberate if you like, or if there's questions for the petitioner.
Yeah, I have a question for Kathy and the city. Kathy, I was wondering if there are any material changes to the HP ordinance since the HPC rejected the partial demolition or the Taylor wing of Old Main as part of the Barrett Woods petition.
Material changes to the ordinance as a whole? Yes, as a part of the consideration of Barrett Woods, there was litigation. As part of settlement for that litigation, there were some amendments, some enhancements to the Historic Preservation Ordinance. For instance, one piece that was added was the opportunity to nominate interiors to be designated. That was an outcome.
Okay. Have there been any changes that would alter how we would rule on this today?
No, not. No, the primary change was to add the interiors, but there have not been any changes that would alter the way this commission would likely respond to a request for demolition.
Thank you.
Has the historic footprint ever been altered or amended in the past?
The district footprint.
The district boundary?
Yeah.
The local district was adopted in, I believe, 1998, when our preservation ordinance was established. Since that time, no, there have been no amendments to the district boundary. The local districts were based directly on the National Register district. The request before you amends the local district, no changes proposed to the National Register district.
Any other questions for Kathy or the petitioner?
Yeah, Kathy, thank you for describing our role versus the city council. I think that's very helpful, and also the criteria that we use and how that may differ. I wanted to ask a question as to sometimes when we're, even if you don't think of this as a demolition, we're still given more information on the future use of the property, and I'm just curious why the city council or the city's decided to not, even within the short period of time, to provide maybe even high level out 10 years, but maybe more specifics 5 and 2 years as to what the use would be. Kind of setting aside any contingencies that would come up, just conceptually how the site would be used by Woodlands and how it would be maintained in terms of its educational use. We're usually given that side of the coin, and I'm curious why that wasn't done.
The City Council certainly expressed a concern to make sure changes to the ordinance or the district didn't happen without some certainty. They recognize that some of that certainty would come through amendment to the special use permit that authorizes Woodlands Academy. Barra Campus right now is zoned for residential use. Barra College existed by virtue of a special use permit. Barra Campus as zoned right now, R4 zoning would probably, if it was cleared of all buildings, would allow development of 15 to 17 single-family residential homes. Based on our discussions with Woodlands Academy, when they received word of this gift in July, they weren't waiting with a plan that ultimately would build out the campus. Based on conversations, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but likely immediate use of this property would involve immediate use of the library. The library is about 15 years old and could be a viable building for its academic uses immediately. The other immediate use would likely be for athletic fields. Any use beyond that, there hasn't been a master plan done. As with any institutions, as a master plan is developed for what types of educational uses might be used on this property, Woodlands Academy would need to come forward, go through the appropriate boards and commissions, receive ultimate city council approval for any redevelopment of this site in a way that relates to their educational mission. So there is no plan. This isn't the same as a house coming in when a replacement structure is proposed. So it's simply the building is coming down, the site would be restored. There are no plans currently. Anything that was proposed would need to go through the appropriate approval processes.
Would there be any restrictions, such as, maybe not a gymnasium, facing the street, or, just in terms of what type of structure we would like to see?
As part of a special use permit, all of that would come into play. What the staff would expect to see would be that before any change is enacted by ordinance to the historic district, it's likely that an initial amendment to the special use permit for Woodlands Academy would be processed. That change would expand Woodlands Academy campus to encompass the entire 23-acre Barra campus site. Later, a special use permit would likely need to be amended again, and through that, as we do with the hospital, as occurs at the college, any particular building that would be proposed would be looked at with respect to size, setbacks, density, traffic impacts on surrounding properties. The special use permit addresses all of those use type issues, and then architectural review would also occur. But at this point, there is no plan in the closet. There is no master plan that Woodlands has. This was a recent gift and one that does have some timing issues related to it, but it's again a request the City Council felt was appropriate for the community to consider.
Any other questions for staff or the petitioner?
I just got one more for the city and Kathy. Can you please call out the criteria that the City Council will be factoring in their deliberations on this petition? and the ones that we should not be using that they are?
Let me ask that a little bit differently so you answer both questions at once. Do they have, in fact, a set of criteria that they must consider? Or do they get to consider anything they want?
City Council's purview is very broad, and yes, they can consider anything they want. They
Thank
will
you.
certainly consider the criteria in the ordinance, and I won't review them. They were very thoroughly reviewed.
Thank you.
Those are the criteria you need to review. That is just a portion of what the City Council will review.
Okay, but cost, you know, viability of another buyer showing up, the whole reusability and scale of the building, the limitations of it, all that. I mean, is that out of scope for us? Is that safe to say?
Yes, the criteria as were described are the criteria you should be looking at. The request before you is a request to consider whether or not this property should be removed from the district. And the criteria were reviewed are the criteria you would use. The council could consider the length of time this property's been vacant, the likelihood that there will be a use that's acceptable to the city that comes forward, impact on property values. Their scope is limitless. They are charged with looking out for the entire good of the community.
Any other questions?
I have a few questions.
Okay. Sure.
You know, this is a very exciting gift for Woodlands. You know, we were all thrilled at first to hear this donation, but as many of you said, the HPC is really in a tough place here, because if we allow removal of this historic building, we kind of threaten our credibility and integrity. And if we don't remove it, then we really threaten the donation of this gift. So it's just really a tough place, which you've all have said to us, we know. So, but also you're asking us to amend a city ordinance, which was enacted for the public good, to benefit a private benefit. So I think in this case, transparency is really important, so there's no rumors that fly around, and so we can also understand why this monumental request is being made of us. So I have a few questions for Mrs. Haddad about the nature of this deal, just so I can understand what we're getting our hands around here. I know the donors wish to remain anonymous to keep focus on education. But so there's more than one donors, you've established that already. Are they residents of Lake Forest?
I'm going to let Ralph respond to this.
You know, the issue of the identity of the donors is one that's been mentioned more than one occasion, and the immediate question that raises in everybody's mind is why? Why is the identity of the donor important, when in fact the entity making the application here is Woodlands Academy? So the donors, you know, the thing is, people do not ask why somebody puts their name on a building when it's given to a school. They don't ever ask them that. But yet people want to know, why do people make anonymous donations?
Well, I think the reason I'm asking this is because I want to know that if it's someone who's concerned about our community, a resident of Lake Forest who understands where we're coming from, what our ordinance is about, what our community culture is like. So it's really important to me when I make this deliberation to know that they have the best interest of our community in mind.
Yeah, the donation was made to Woodlands Academy by the donors and not to the city of Lake Forest. And with all respect, to the extent that these folks want to remain anonymous, why not?
Well, I'm not asking you their names, I'm just asking if they're residents of Lake Forest.
And the minute I give you a yes or a no, it either limits the number of people involved that could be or not.
Okay,
and I don't know that I can do that.
Okay.
Susie, if I could, I have to take a second, sorry to interject. It's
Sure.
after 11 o'clock, so I need a motion to continue for this evening. I'd like to continue for another 30 minutes. We need a motion to do that, and we need everybody's approval if we want to do that. So,
Motion to continue.
And is 30 minutes enough time for us?
I think so. I'll get through my questions.
Okay. So a motion's been made by Commissioner Swenson. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Moyer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thanks for accommodating that. Please continue. We're trying to, if we can do it in 30 minutes. Yeah, thank you for the input.
Okay, just a few more questions. So, okay, so we're not going to understand who
Commissioner,
the
I'm sorry,
donors are coming
could
from.
I just add one more comment to that? I think you have to keep in mind that Woodlands is itself a resident of Lake Forest, and as an institution is entitled to that standing.
Sure, and I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from.
I do indeed.
Okay.
And I hope you do as well.
And that's why it was important that I asked.
You know, eventually,
So-
this property is going to be transferred from the Harris Bank entity that owns it now to the donor, to Woodlands. And that will be a matter of public record. But when that happens, then if people want to go off, if it's that important to them to find out, God bless them.
Okay, so then can you tell me, why is there such a tight deadline? I mean, we know this process can take, as you've seen tonight, you know, it takes a long time for just simple petitions. Why is there such a tight deadline on this?
The deadline comes about because of the contract provision between Harris Bank and the donors. I've not seen that contract, so I can't respond to that specifically, but what I can tell you is that my understanding is that the bank is under some pressure to have this closing before year end. And it was a negotiated date. It was not a date that one party said yes or no to. They reached a negotiated settlement.
So it's for the benefit of Harris to close this by the end of the year? Okay.
That's my understanding. You know, if you look at this logically, the donors would want to push that date out, and the bank would want to push that date closer.
Right.
So to the extent that it's closer and seems a little constrictive, then it's probably due to the bank pushing it this way more than the donor pushing it this way.
Okay, so. Okay, so the other question I have, which is really the big one, is why was this condition placed on the donation? Why not just freely donate this to Bera and to Woodlands, and let Woodlands determine the fate of Bera?
The long and short of it is that Woodlands could not have accepted the gift if the building were standing, to be very blunt about it. There were only three things that Woodlands could do if the building were standing. We could either try to find someone to come up with the money to rehab it, because we certainly don't have that amount of money available to do it. We could petition to demolish it and see if we could arrange that to happen, which we couldn't afford either. It's an expensive proposition to take a building down these days, especially a building of that size. Or we could let it sit there and continue to deteriorate over time. It's already a danger thing for residents. We've got vandalism that goes on there. We're next door to it. We've got 171 young women who have to pass by there, and who knows what could happen? Who knows what's in the future for that building? So the long and short of it is, of those three possibilities, none of those would allow us to accept that gift.
Okay, so that was really a condition that Woodlands placed on?
I'm not saying that. The fact is that we could not have accepted that gift. The donors, I'm certain that the donors saw that as the reason why they would condition the property on demolition of Old Main.
Because it just seems curious to me that you're really threatening the donation by asking this request.
We couldn't do it any other way.
No other questions?
All right, so if you don't mind, I'd like to give you a little bit of feedback on this one. I'm not in favor of this petition for lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of reasons. I don't actually see it as a particularly controversial call for the HPC. They're asking us to take something out of our district that we are being charged to protect. Pretty hard for us to do that. Based on the criteria we have, we can't consider economic. The only thing that is there's some interesting room to talk about is whether or not the protection of the character of Lake Forest goes further than just buildings. And we have an educational district, which is important. And so I think it's appropriate conversation personally, I think it's an appropriate conversation for the city council. I also don't think that it's our job to be obstructionist in terms of allowing them to consider the opportunity. It's an important opportunity for Woodlands, could be a very good thing for the city. But it's also at a very high cost to preservation and to character and to the building that we've basically been charged to protect. So I wouldn't support it. I'd like to see action this evening, but I do think that I think we should take the opportunity, as Kathy asked us to think about the issues that they should be considering so that they can consider our questions and our logic beyond just pure is the building an important historic, cultural, architectural character? You know, I mean, those things I think are clear. We would, at least I would support the notion that it'd be pretty hard to demolish this building under our commission. If they choose to find a way to do it, they have other criteria to consider. I think, Jim, you were right on with respect to trying to understand what they're left with if they allow the demolition. And whether that's long-term, interim, there's a lot, you know, you can't tear down that building and not deal with the pile of gravel behind it. You got to figure out what the interim planning condition would be, how that interfaces with the public, what happens to the 2 different entry drives, how that, you know, and I think Kathy's gotten close. She's got 11 different conditions in her recommendation. I think they deal with some of those. The timing of understanding what the community is left with is you know, dire if they're going to move forward with that. But I do think that they should acknowledge that you know, they have to override the importance of the historic character of that building if they're going to proceed. And that's very difficult to do. I think it's impossible for us to do, frankly. That's my opinion. So I don't know how they balance those needs. I'm glad I don't have to make the call, frankly. I don't think I do. So that's how I feel about it. I don't know if you have questions, comments, and I'm sorry not to circumvent the question, so Fred, jump in and just, I wanted to get that out because at 11:30 we're going to either vote or leave. If we don't vote, then it'll get continued, and we'll have to either have a special meeting or it'll go over a month. So I'm encouraging a conclusion from our commission so that we don't, so that we give the city council the opportunity to make that ruling, one way or the other.
Well, I have a question for Kathy. Much has been made in the petition about the deterioration of the building and the public nuisance that its present condition that it presents. Eyesore was a term used in the presentation, and that has occurred in the last 5 years primarily. I'm wondering, does the city have an ordinance that requires an owner to maintain a property and keep it from becoming an eyesore? And I ask that with the perspective that a preservation solution may still be out there. I don't believe it's been explored because we've heard one come before us tonight, which I don't think should be dismissed in the next 20 minutes.
The city does have a distressed property ordinance. In this case, prior to the bank taking over, city staff from various departments met several times with the then owner of the property. Police and fire were involved. Because of some ongoing break-ins, there was actually direction to board up the lower level windows. There were a number of thefts of material from the building. So there was a lot of interaction, but in this case, because of the size of the building, the kinds of activities that were occurring, there were steps taken to provide security to the building. Because of the frame structure of the building, the fire department has also expressed concern if there were to be a substantial fire in the building. At this point, they have actually made the determination that they would not send firefighters in due to potential hazards. So the building has been kept weather tight. I know when Harris took over, the various copper downspouts had been stolen from the building, and Harris came in and put corrugated corrugated downspouts in because they were concerned about the deterioration of the mortar and the bricks. So minimal steps have been taken to try and essentially mothball the building, and those are currently underway or in place.
Maybe I didn't make myself clear that there's no heat in the building, there's no water, there's no electricity, and those are measures which typically are needed to prevent a building from deteriorating in the weather.
The city does not have an ordinance that requires those utilities to be kept on. It speaks to keeping the building weather tight, keeping the outside area maintained, lawns, things like that. but there is nothing in the
So-
ordinance that
So any
requires
building in Lake Forest that
utilities
was
to be on.
to fall into disrepair by lack of action in those areas and became an eyesore would just be allowed to do that?
If it's an exterior eyesore, that's when the city gets involved. So we do identify properties as being distressed. If a porch is falling off or some visible exterior damage has occurred, those would be required to be corrected.
I'd like to offer my thoughts about tonight. Actually, compared to our earlier deliberations, I think that this petition is actually pretty straightforward. I mean, it's been referred to us from City Council for some pretty unique reasons. There's been a rather unprecedented donor who we don't know, but at the same time has made a pretty gracious offer to pay for a property privately and donate it to an organization that's been in Lake Forest for quite some time. So I can understand why City Council, if they're going to deliberate on this, and it involves a historic structure, would want our opinion on it. And I think that we're being the best ones to make that decision. You know, I think we'll offer it, and from my standpoint, I don't see how we can support this petition. I think we're basically obligated to deny it. But I don't think that should be taken as a negative reflection on any of the parties involved. It's just part of our mechanism of good governance. I felt that last night when we had a town hall meeting here, and I was watching the body language of the alderman and mayor, and I felt that they truly want input and they want participation and transparency. So I'm glad to be a part of this. This is actually the petition that concerned me the least tonight. And I think it's fair for Woodlands to hear us deliberate on it and give them some direction. I think voting tonight is appropriate rather than to maybe drag this out. And so I propose that we do deny it and do it in the spirit that preserves our ordinance. I think that's our smaller vision, cone of vision that we have. What's interesting about the earlier petitions, and if you remember, we had some circumstances where the chicken comes home to roost, where we don't think at the time that certain decisions or certain aspects of things are going to be an issue in the future. With the driveways, with the two petitions ago, it might have been a good idea for that conversation to have been broached, because in a lot of ways it certainly led now to a bad relationship between neighbors. That property has had a history of that happening there with other owners. And our first petition tonight was a subdivision that happened one time by Planning Council and Planning Commission, and then again by our group, and so we're constantly trying to unravel these things. I'm saying all this because I particularly read these conditions that staff listed here in the event that this had been approved by us, and they're all really good points to be considered no matter what happens to this property. And I would actually like to see them carried as kind of a rider with our denial, just for City Council to have as part of a recommendation, because I think we're not necessarily reflecting negatively on their request for our input, but to give them as much as we can. And I don't think anyone on the commission would argue with some of these being really high interest points here about South Lawn being always considered as an area for preservation, and the ravines also being areas that should be considered important and conserved. And there are 11 points here, so I would like to see those bundled into our denial, or the one that I think we should do, just so that they have that also for their broader spectrum decision-making and deliberation, of which people in the community will also have a chance to voice their opinion on.
I just to move things along, I agree with all the comments that were already said tonight, the conditions and our role in this, so I would be denying the petition as well. I know we're on some time pressure, so I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
And just one more thing, I want to say that, for myself at least on the commission, I want the donor to feel that we're not imagining sinister intentions here, that it's really spectacular that this community has had a tradition and a history of its citizens impacting not only the community, but even the broad metropolitan area of Chicago. We wouldn't have the Field Museum or the Shed Aquarium or other various things without input from our citizens here, residents.
Well said.
Yeah, I think I would support the denial of the petition as well. I agree with some of, I guess, the writers of it, but I don't know that I want to endorse those because they're contingent upon an acceptance of the position and the petition that I think are not within the purview of the HPC in terms of the ordinance. And I think if you read the ordinance and the criteria, and to Guy's point, if you follow our governance around preservation, I think the first order of business is just trying to protect the structures that are important to us, and then go from there.
Yeah, I don't think that we need to incorporate those into an official denial. I think Kathy will carry forward our input, and so that's her job to do. So I agree with you. And I think that to the extent we have good ideas here, we can talk about them. They'll get incorporated into the record, and Kathy will for sure get those.
But I just want to pass on one thing. I know now that we're potentially going to deny this petition, and I'll go back to City Council. I would really encourage City Council to think about the precedent they're setting here, because if we're, as a governing body, making a recommendation to them, and then they ignore our recommendation where we're the expert on historic preservation, what does that say?
That's the rider you should attach to it.
And, I understand the big picture thing. I totally get it. This is an incredible gift. But to, demo a historic building in Lake Forest is just not what Lake Forest is about. And I just really want them to consider the long-term impact of that decision. I know there's some economic pressure that is really forcing this decision on them. And are they concentrating too much on the economic pressure as opposed to the long-term historic character of our city? I know.
If I could add something, several members of the commission already, the chair and several members have proceeded already to the obvious action that should be expected by the commission. We have not talked about any of the merit of that decision, which I find remarkable in that it's so obvious that it should be denied, that we don't even need to talk about the reasons. Everybody knows them. And I would like to put in the record that all of the contentions that are made in the petition for why the Old Main is not historic and does not deserve to be preserved and so on, I find are flawed. And I have, in addition to those which were spoken to, which I agree to, by the way, from Arthur Miller and other members of the public who have spoken and who have pointed out the various criteria which it does meet, I have some additional ones. But I don't think we have, in the next 10 minutes, time for that discussion, and apparently don't need it.
Thanks, Fred. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think that's right. I think we could spend a lot of time talking about why it needs to be protected. I think we've all gotten right past that because it's so obvious to it. So forgive us if it's obvious.
But if City Council wants us to detail that, so they have,
no,
we can do that too.
I think that City Council understands that this is a precedent-setting move, and I think that they brought it to us because they need our input on the historic part of it. But I think that their job, which is the really tough job, is to balance the interests of preserving this building against the other interests. And that's a really tough job for them because there's two sides to the coin. I kept track of the box score here as people talked, and I'm sure there's lots more people at home that have opinions both ways. So it's a very difficult job. I'd encourage the folks out there and the folks at home to provide input, sure, either to city staff, or there must be a mechanism for that to happen. And that's the opportunity that exists for you now. So unless there's other deliberations, I think I will, I'll call the question and see if I have a motion. Anyone want to make a motion?
I make a motion to deny the request for the amendment to the local historic district. I would cite some of the recommendations in the alternate motion that the city provided us, and for the reasons said by the commissioners here this evening.
The motion's been made by Commissioner Ransom. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Moyer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that passes, or doesn't pass. That's denied unanimously. Thanks, everyone, for coming out, and I do encourage you to continue to express your opinions and to talk to your aldermen and your city staff. This is an opportunity for the public to address Historic Preservation Commission on any other non-agenda items. Is there any other non-agenda items? And I see none of those, so I will see any additional information. Thank you. Kathy, any other additional information? None. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
Motion has been moved by Commissioner Ransom, seconded by Commissioner Berg. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you and good night.